At our after party event, masks are optional there. It is largely outdoors, so feel free to do as you do. We have sanitizers around the building as well. Bathrooms are just around the corner and to the left, if you are looking for those. Locations for our tracks. Track 1 will be right in here, and immediately following me will be Joe Campbell with his keynote address. And then our second track is just down the hall, just past the sponsors and to the right. Everything is all here on one floor. Food is right at the center island, right where you saw this morning we had some coffee and grab and go kind of breakfast items. Lunch will be in the same location, grab and go lunch boxes. You can eat anywhere here in the building. There are lots of chairs, benches, what have you, and also outside. There are plenty of places outside, including directly across from this building. Lots of lovely tables and umbrellas, and feel free to spread out and be wherever you are comfortable. Our speakers, as I said, will be presenting in here and in the other room. At the end of their talk, there's an opportunity for Q&A. We're going to make sure that I believe there will be a microphone to run down to audience members so that your question is recorded onto the soundtrack that will then go up on WordPress TV and other places. And it's also important for our wonderful captioning staff. Round of applause here. She is keeping up with me in real time, folks. This is an AI. She has no idea what I'm saying, and it's coming out here, and it's going there, and it's on the screen. So yeah, massive appreciation for these captioners to do a phenomenal job. Like I said, this isn't AI. This is a real human. So yeah, for when you ask a question within a session, just please make sure you do it in a mic so it is recorded everywhere so everyone is able to hear it. A couple things at the very end. When you leave today, and we'll reiterate this in closing remarks, we have some parking vouchers for you, so you will not have to pay for your parking today. So on the way out, we'll have somebody like standing at the door going voucher, voucher, and you can just like grab right from them. So that'll make your lives easier. And then last but not least is our after party, which is at Just Jake's establishment right here in Montclair. Address is right up there on the slide behind me. Originally, we thought our start time would be 7:30. I have been informed that it is 6:30. Surprise. So immediately after WordCamp Montclair, we hope you can all join us at Just Jake's. So that is the extent of my housekeeping. Right on time, 9 o'clock. Pretty good, right? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So what I'd like to do now is introduce to you our keynote speaker, Joe Campbell. Joe Campbell is a natural-born problem solver, content creator who uses creativity to help businesses and nonprofits of all sizes produce engaging experiences. Over the years, Joe has worked with many New Jersey-based brands, including The Vitamin Shop, NJPAC, that's the New Jersey Performing Arts Center for anybody who's not local, Liberty Travel, Cablevision, and the Stevens Institute of Technology, just to name a few. Joe is an entrepreneur, Renaissance man, jack of all trades, whatever you want to call him. He's a visionary, and we are so happy that he can share his experience today with everybody. So without any further ado, Joe Campbell.
So sorry, I didn't realize it actually started. I was outside getting promo video footage. My apologies. Okay. If someone could please. decent speaker, but having visual aids will definitely help. Can someone please bring the presentation up? I'm playing. Okay, looks like we're having technical difficulties. Okay, well, while we wait for the technical difficulties to work itself out, my name is Joe Campbell, and I want to say thank you for being here. WordPress is a very special thing to me. I'm sure it's probably special to you all as well. That's why you're here. I've learned so much from coding to posting things on Twitter and various forums, and I would definitely say WordPress is truly a community. And the unique thing about a community is that oh, let there be light. Okay. So I guess I still need to finish my point, right? So my point is this, that a community is only as great or as strong as its members. And I would definitely say for my journey of becoming more Jersey, that's one of the things that I definitely learned, that we as individuals, we have the power to make change, to do amazing things. And I'm hoping that, you guys can kind of gather that from my talk today. So first, I want to say thank you once again. I appreciate this opportunity to basically share my journey, my story. And my intent is to share a couple of highlights of my journey, which has had its ups and downs like anyone else. And I'm hoping that you guys can receive some resources, some insight, and hopefully some inspiration to help you in your journey as well. So prior to the pandemic, this feels kind of weird bending over like this. Let me see if I can. So prior to the pandemic, prior to, you know what? This is just technical difficulty day. Now I feel more powerful. Yeah. So prior to the pandemic, I did my fair share of traveling, both solo and with my wonderful wife. So I hit up pretty much all of the major East Coast spots. So we're talking about Baltimore, Boston, Virginia, Raleigh, Myrtle Beach, Atlanta, Orlando, Miami, all those good places, right? I love traveling. I love experiencing the food, the people, all the different, good stuff, experiences. Now, as much as I like to travel, my heart has always been here in Jersey, okay? I'm a lifelong Jersey resident. In fact, I'm actually from Montclair, born and raised. Went to Montclair High. So, my Montclair roots run deep. And you can kind of say that I have a bit of a love affair with New Jersey, okay? I'm as Jersey as you get. In fact, if you don't believe me, I think I might have gave it away with the tapping the slide too soon, but if you ask me, what school did I graduate, what college did I graduate from? Take a guess. Of course. Where else would someone who loves Jersey so much go than the College of New Jersey? So yeah, I'm as Jersey as it comes. Hashtag, Jersey made me, hashtag, Jersey's the best. So with doing this, basically, to make a long story short, I realized that, once again, as I said earlier, when you love something, when you're a part of a community, you have the opportunity to give to it. So as much as Jersey contributed to my success and growth and personal development, I felt the need to give back. So I had an idea. And the idea was to create a media company, but not just a regular media company, something that's a little bit unique and special, something that really celebrates what makes New Jersey special, our diversity, our people, all the unique elements of the north aspects of Jersey, the central aspects of Jersey and the south, because it's like we're like 3 different states in one, right? It's a very unique, complex element to New Jersey. And I had the idea, and I said, you know what? I don't want people to just watch videos and, because there's tons of content out there. I want people to really connect with each other. And I want people to not only connect with each other, but to also see all of the amazing things about New Jersey that may not be privy to them, right? Because they're not looking for it, or it's not properly communicated to them, or it may be just a little bit too far, right? It's not in their regular beaten path. So now I said, you know what? If I create this organization, this media company called More Jersey, I can help people to experience more of New Jersey, hence the tagline, experience more of New Jersey. So that's what I started to do. And along that journey, I basically, for a number of different reasons. 1, lack of funding, and 2, because I wanted to have an intimate relationship with the development of More Jersey, I had to wear multiple hats, okay? So basically, anything you could think of, lead, fill in the blank, lead developer, lead graphic designer, lead writer. I'm literally doing everything. And it's not something that I'm afraid of. It's not something that I don't mind doing. It's something that I have to do because at this phase of the development of becoming More Jersey, I have to be hands-on. So that's what I've been doing. And while doing that, I also made things, I would probably say, a little bit more difficult for myself, but in a good way. In a good way because it helps other people. And that is, I started making standards for myself, okay? So one of the standards I came up with is this: to create a content worthy of our platform and to produce a platform worthy of our content. So that's literally the dichotomy I'm always thinking about. Is this content good enough for the platform? And is the platform good enough for our content? And I feel as though by having that struggle, so to speak, right, that tension, it just makes me better, it makes anyone who I work with better, and ultimately it will make the final product better. So another one of my major challenges is that, and don't quote me, it's the saying, you have caviar taste and tuna fish budget. So I have that dilemma, so to speak, where I want this, but what I can actually execute myself or what I have a budget for is down here. But where there's a will, there's a way. So to begin with, I am not a coder, okay? I'm gonna show you some stuff later on. You'll probably say, but this is pretty good. I'm not a coder, okay? What I basically attribute what I do is the equivalent of, you can have like a Burt Bacharach, right? An amazing pianist. They can sit down, they can play by ear, they can read sheet music, and they can do amazing things. Now, you also have other people who have a gift. They have music in their head, but they don't know how to play. And they can sit in front of a keyboard and no, that's not it. And eventually back their way into the melody in their head. And that's basically how I code, okay? And I also cheat. There's nothing wrong with cheating. And this is one of my cheats. Now, this is an actual interesting, at least to me, fun fact, is that as much code as I write, whether it be, and I'll talk about later, lazy blocks and advanced custom fields, and I've been developing websites for several years now. What's interesting is that I've probably written an entire line of PHP code about 10 times. 10 times. Like, I'm talking like opening, closing, declaration, about 10 times. Why? It's because of my cheat sheets. I literally copy and paste everything. I find a solution, I pop it in Google Doc, right? And then I just reuse it over and over and over again. It gets the job done. And I'm telling you that because I'm sure there's other people out in the audience or watching by way of internet that are not coders. And like me, you have caviar taste and a tuna fish budget. Well, you can do it as well, right? You can back your way logically into stuff. And then when you find, like I said, you find a solution, just save it somewhere. Documentation is the key. So in my quest of creating this great website, but yet having very minimal coding skills, thank goodness we have Gutenberg. This has been my saving grace for a number of reasons. One, I have a bit of a control, I don't know what to call it, situation going on where what I see in my head, I want to actualize it, right? And then sometimes even when I get it out, it doesn't feel right, okay? And you can even ask my friends, my wife, whenever I create something, the first thing I say is, how does it make you feel? What do you think about that? Thinking is one thing. How does it make you feel, right? We want to always have that emotional connection. So like I said, a bit of a control freak, and even when I get things out, it may not feel right, and I have to go back and forth. In fact, I've probably thrown away more code than most average websites actually use on their live website. I'm talking like, oh, this is great, build it out, and just throw it away. Lines of code, a number of Photoshop files, but that's what you have to do sometimes. You have to, let the saying go, break a couple eggs, right? And if you want greatness, that's what you have to do. So, like I said, Gutenberg, big, major tool for me. Now, being that I have a bit of a control situation going on, Gutenberg is great, but I wanted more. So, thanks to Google, went and found another resource. And I'm not sure, by raise of hand, anyone knows about lazy blocks? Anyone ever use? Oh my gosh. No one knows about lazy blocks. Well, I guess I'm providing a resource today then. Okay, so lazy blocks is, I can't even put it into words. It is the easiest way to create a custom block. And you don't have to write this down. At the end of the presentation, I will provide a QR code with a bunch of different resources that link to them, so you don't have to worry about this. So yeah, so lazy blocks is a really easy, as you can see, way of, it's almost like advanced custom fields. You decide what the field is, whether it be a text field, a drop down, whatever, and boom, it goes into the block editor. And you can either, I'm sorry, I don't have a visual of it, but you can either use handlebars to actually output the data, or you can actually use a template file. It's an amazing tool. So between that and advanced custom fields, it just gives you total control. So you can, for example, and I'll show you guys in a minute, the event calendar. If I used a regular block, and I'm sure probably some of you guys are thinking, well, why not just use a, what's the other block when you can save the blocks again? Reusable, thank you, reusable blocks. Reusable blocks are great, but it's very linear. And what I mean by that is, what if you want to take content in like a calendar or something like that, and then break it apart, the month, the date, the year? You can't do that with that, right? Reusable blocks. You can do that with lazy block because it gives you that full control on a PHP level. So definitely look into that. It's been an amazing tool for me, and I couldn't imagine not having it. So how did I discover lazy blocks? Went online, found the YouTube video. There was only one YouTube video about lazy block at the time. Watched it. I was like, wow, this is so easy. And then I was like, okay, who's the people who actually created this video? Come to find out, they're actually from New Jersey. I'm like, oh, that's a sign, right? I'm doing a website about New Jersey. I need this tool, and they're actually from New Jersey. It was amazing. I had to tweet them and, just celebrate their the content that they created. So it's, like I said, it's an amazing tool. I highly recommend it. And then other than lazy blocks, other than Gutenberg and advanced custom fields, my other main resource for getting over the technical hump has been Fiverr. So I know by show of hand, who knows Fiverr? Everyone knows Fiverr, of course. So amazing tool. The only thing I suggest is that you get what you pay for, and start slow, okay? I've had some amazing opportunities and experiences on Fiverr, and I've had some tragedy, right? And in fact, I've had people who I'm friends with now. I literally will call my friend that I worked with on Fiverr originally. But like I said, just take it slow. But for anyone who's not a hardcore, as I call it, or heavyweight coder, if you're lightweight like me, great tool. So, other than having caviar taste and tuna fish budget when it comes to technology, there was another major hurdle that I had to get over. And I'm actually kind of still dealing through it, working through it. And it actually comes by way of a friend. So one of my buddies had a art exhibit opening, actually, once again, right here in Montclair. And I was approaching the gallery, my wife and I, and my friend Richard was outside. Now, Richard is quadriplegic. I'm sorry. He's quadriplegic. And I usually don't get teared up like this. I'm sorry. It's pretty sensitive. So my wife and I were approaching the the gallery, and I'm like, why is he outside? And I was just about to say, yo, dude, why are you outside? And before I actually said it, I was able to utter those words. I stopped myself, and thank goodness I did, because I realized in a split second that Richard could not attend the event. Because it didn't have an elevator. And from that day, I made a promise to never do an event that everyone couldn't attend. I can't believe this is being broadcast. I wish this was private right now, but okay, I'm going to get myself together. So, like I said, it really hit me. It hit me hard. And one day when I was coding, it was like a light bulb just went off. I realized that a website is no different than an event. It could be welcoming or not. And I started to think to myself, and this is, just in case you guys didn't know, I'm a black guy. Some people don't recognize, don't really see that. They look past that. I don't know how, but being a black male, I've experienced situations where I go to establishments and I get funny looks, or I don't get the best service. Hence, I don't feel welcomed. So I can empathize. And I told myself, no matter the cost, I'm going to make sure this website is accessible to everybody. Now, Richard, as I say, he's quadriplegic, so he doesn't have full use of his hands. And I don't know how, but this man still is able to edit video. He can't hold a fork and feed himself, but he's able to edit video. It's amazing what we can do when we have a will. So like I said, he inspired me. And I told myself that we're going to have a standard. We're going to make sure that not only does the site look amazing and have awesome video, but anyone who comes to the site feels welcome, right? They can tab navigate through the website. If they have vision problems, colorblind, they can still see things. If they're using the tool to actually read the text, once again, it sounds right. It doesn't sound wonky. So what does this mean? You know, obviously, you could do some things like I changed my theme, added a couple weeks to my development time, but no problem. Those custom blocks that I spoke about with lazy blocks, had to recode a couple things. But the real challenge came when I was using third-party plugins, which obviously most of us use. And when doing that, I realized, okay, now I know. Now I'm tabbing through the website. This isn't trapping the focus. Or, just little things. Once you become privy to accessibility, you know what to look for. So there's been a number of plugins I had to just remove altogether because I contacted the developer. I said, hey, this plugin's not accessible. And this is how. So I'm telling them how. I'm showing them screenshots. I'm showing them videos. I'm even linking to code snippets. One plugin developer never responded. Two of them, gave me the runaround. And then I came across Barn 2, and they develop a really cool plugin called FastCart. They're based in the UK, really good WooCommerce-based developer. And same thing, I contacted them and said, hey, this is the problem. And their support team did contact me. I'll give them that. But they said, oh, we'll look into it. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of this. So what did I do? I went to Twitter. They had posted something about their plugin. And, I started off, my friend Simone will tell you, you always start nice, right? And then you give it to them. So I complimented them. Oh, great. You guys, this is a great plugin. I said, but it's not following accessibility standards. Can we do something about it? And of course, that caught the attention of the owner. A couple days later, I got an email and things started moving. Even to the point where they made all the changes. So now, to my knowledge, this is the only side cart. So just so you guys if you don't know, side cart is that you see all the time with like Shopify. You add something to the shopping cart and it slides out. Okay, so really nice experience. And I think to date, they're the only plugin that offers that functionality and is accessible. And as I had started off saying, that as individuals, we can make a difference. So I didn't start my journey thinking, oh, I'm going to rattle things up and get these developers doing what I want them to do. I didn't think that. I was just trying to do the right thing. But I can stand here and say with pride that I made a difference. And once again, remember, I'm not a coder, right? I'm just a regular guy. Most of the people here could probably code circles around me. But when you have a voice and you want to do something positive, you can make a change. So you guys are probably thinking, oh, he's talking about doing this and coding that. Well, what is he really doing? Okay, I got something for you. We'll do a little show and tell. You guys remember show and tell? Did that as a kid? Okay, so one of the features we're going to be implementing, I think is pretty cool. Hopefully you guys will as well. And that is eventually, not for the beginning phase, but very soon, we're going to do long form videos, right? The real vision I have for More Jersey is to do like full 22-minute, programming. And to do that, you can't obviously put all that on social media. So the idea is to tease people, give people a portion of that via social media, and then let them continue the video on the website. But it needs to be seamless, right? It can't be jerky and awkward. It needs to be a smooth experience. So here's the.
I got it pretty bad because it was a time where no one knew about it, and you know, when you got sick, everybody was like trying to stay away from you or whatever.
I haven't lost anyone due to the pandemic, but I feel for the people who have lost family members and friends during this hard time.
Essex County has one of the higher level of food insecurity across the state of New Jersey. So people facing food insecurity before was already a very concerning number. With the pandemic, almost double.
Anyone that needs can come and take, or they can add, just as you please. So I have brought with me toiletries, mostly pads and tampons, because that's an expensive item that's hard to pay for a lot of people during the pandemic who've lost their jobs.
Right now it's getting better, but the thing is, the inflation, all the prices up, and now it's very hard for us to adjust the numbers.
Okay, so as I mentioned, this is like a short condensed version, but you get the snippet, and then from there you can go on the website and you see the buttons at the bottom. You can either show love, which I hope people will press. That's their way of contributing and things of that nature. But we have the continue video. So a person would then click on continue video.
As a church, we're not trying to gain things and get things. We're trying to give things. And the more that we've been giving, the people have been giving to us. And so we don't even charge for like uses of our space. You know, we have a Spanish congregation who meets there. We just gave them a key. Because I believe that that's what community is about. Being faithful stewards of the community. And the more we give out, then we're being blessed in a number of ways. And the pandemic, I mean, has taken some members from our congregation, but every Sunday we gather in that space to heal from the grief, to share the love, to laugh, and just to enjoy one another's company. And I think that's what, if there's nothing else, this pandemic has taught us to be more committed to community, more committed to caring for one another, more committed to sharing what God has given us.
So the thing that makes this a little bit unique is that if you had came to this page just by way of the website, it wouldn't start from that point. It would literally start from the beginning. So it gives people the opportunity to actually, like I said, continue from social media or maybe even from YouTube or whatever other platform. But the main thing is we want people to have a rewarding experience here on this platform. I can't really show this to you, but another interesting experience that we kind of conjured up is that, is anyone familiar with tab navigation? When you tab, okay, so for people who are into accessibility, so if you don't have full control of your hands, full dexterity, right, using a mouse is hard or not possible, right? So basically you would use the tab key to jump from link to link to link, okay? So we all know that there's some navigations that's littered with links that would take forever to even get down to the content. So there's a standard where you basically, when you hit tab the first time, at the top of the page, you get links that allow you to jump to different sections, okay? Jump to the video, jump to the main content. So as I was developing, and I have now my goggles for accessibility on, I realized, I said, well, one, if we're gonna have this feature where people can continue the video, why can't people who are using tab navigation have the same experience? So we bake that in. So once again, if a video has the ability to be continued, when you hit tab, that's the first thing you see, continue video, okay? So I'm like, okay, cool, that's nice, right? It's a nice feature. And I started thinking, well, we could do better. We can do more. And I realized two other things. One, if going back to the whole point of the side fly out cart, if someone puts something in their cart, right? They want to buy a t-shirt. Do you know what they have to go through to actually activate that cart? It's like the last link at the page. No one, I'm like, why is that? So once again, a feature which I actually would like to contribute to the community eventually. If there's an item in your cart and you click the tab navigation, it will actually say open cart. So now once again, someone with the need to use tab navigation does not have to go through link after link after link just to open the cart. Nor will they have that experience when using the helper, the chat feature. Okay, all that stuff can be accessed at the top with the tab navigation. So once again, something interesting. It's our way of ensuring that everyone feels welcomed. I'm going to show you another example. And this is an example of what we're going to be doing with our event calendar. So once again, trying to give people a rewarding experience. So most event calendars, just an event, this event, that event. What we want to do is basically package events and provide video highlights that lets people know week after week, this is what's happening in New Jersey. Now, this is important because through events, wait, by the way, this is an event right now, right? There's power in events when we come together and we fellowship, share resources, ideas, meet people. So we want to basically if we want to make Jersey better, we know that there's power in events, and we want people, especially now that we're still kind of dealing with the pandemic, right? We got to kind of nudge people to go out. So we're hoping that this will nudge people a bit, and you guys can tell me what you think.
There are so many amazing New Jersey events to experience. Here's a snapshot of what's happening this week. Tuesday, Sunset Beach cleanup at Sandy Hook. Volunteer to remove trash and plastic debris to help save coastal wildlife. Thursday, Art After Dark, Speakeasy. A one-night-only speakeasy featuring casino games, swing dancing, and a live band. Friday, Atlantic City Seafood and Music Festival. A 3-day extravaganza of food, crafts, music, games, and hot air balloons. Saturday, Soul Exchange Sneaker Show. Buy, sell, and trade sneakers, clothing, and accessories. Morris County Pride 2022, a safe and fun LGBTQ+ pride celebration for children, teens, and adults alike. Summer Brew 2022, plenty of beer, food trucks, and live music by Screaming Broccoli. Sunday, Side Hustle to Empire, real estate investing seminar to help jumpstart your real estate portfolio. For more details and other New Jersey-based events, visit our website or search More Jersey Events.
What do you guys think? Thank you. So that's the goal. Like I said, to give people a unique experience and to bring people together to enhance their lives. And of course, once they get to the website, this is just a quick example of what the event calendar will look like. This is all Gutenberg. This is all lazy blocks. There's no third-party, event tool. I was this close to pulling the trigger on one, and once again, my obsession with customization took over. And actually, to be quite honest, the tipping point, I'm not going to say any names, but there are major event calendars, and someone may even be here representing. And I'm hoping they take this to heart. The thing that tipped the scales was that the submission form was not accessible. And once I saw that, I said, got to make a hard stance. So more time, more cost, but I want to ensure that everyone has the same experience. So outside of videos, outside of the calendar, the third main component to More Jersey is merchandise. So once again, I love New Jersey. I hope you love New Jersey, those who are from New Jersey. I think some people are from Philly or Pennsylvania. I hope you are enjoying your time here while you're in Jersey. But there's power in apparel, and we want to basically provide people with apparel that speaks to their culture, that speaks to their locale, whether it be North Jersey, Central Jersey, Montclair, Irvington, whatever town. We want people to be able to be proud of where they're from and show that. So just as a couple examples of some of the merchandise. Probably should have added music to this. That's one of my favorite, because that's me. here's some more examples. Anybody from South Jersey? Woo-hoo. 732 area code. You guys know where I got this from? Come on. Yeah, Michael Scott, world's best. So some stuff will be parody, some stuff will be serious. But the key thing is we want people to, feel pride and to, not just buy it for themselves, but hopefully buy it as gifts as well, right? Gift for, their college kid or someone maybe from Jersey that's now in Georgia or maybe somewhere overseas. We're going to have a ton of different content that people, which we hope will like. So here's my V card. If you guys want to connect with me, if there's any resources that I can help you with, I'll tell you right now, I am a little guy, right? I'm a little guy in the sense of building this organization. I have a huge vision, a big dream. I want to change New Jersey. I want to make New Jersey better. I want to leave a legacy, right? But I realize that I have to do it one step at a time. But in saying that, if there's anyone out there who has their journey and they're a little person and they need help, I'm here. So please contact me. Let me know how I can help. And I can't leave the stage without thanking people. There's a number of people who've helped me to get where I am now. And of course, my family. I'm proud child of Jamaican immigrants. They came here to give me a better, or to give my whole entire family a better life. Thankful for that. My wonderful wife, April. And since I have the mic, I can say this, okay? I have a problem when I hear, this is usually men, and I like to thank my beautiful wife. I'm like, beautiful? Like that's the only thing a woman can be? Like, no. Like, she's a wonderful person. Beauty is not the first quality. There's a million other adjectives, so she knows what I'm talking about. I say that all the time when I hear that. So Gabby and John, the first two people to sign on board as being a part of More Jersey. This handsome young man right here, Armando Diaz. If anyone is looking for a content creator, video content here locally in Montclair, Essex County area, you can't get any better. My remote team, LT, or Louis, Tricia, I'll say this real quick. Tricia is very special. Tricia is our proofreader, our copy editor. And one thing, yes, I can code, I can design, I could do a number of different things. The one thing I cannot do is I can't edit my own work. So I tell her all the time, you're my most valuable resource, right? So whenever you can create those relationships, do it, right? And always talk personal first. That's what I try to do with her. I ask her about her garden. I ask her about her grandchildren, right? I try to, even though it's a business relationship, I always try to remember that people over projects. Because you're doing a project to benefit people. So why not always keep that first, right? So, can't finish. As I started off earlier saying, thank you to the WordPress community. And then for those people who've made financial contributions to More Jersey so far, I'd be remiss without thanking them. And as I promised, this is the QR code to a number of different resources. So Lazy Blocks, the tool that I use, Donor Box, to get people to contribute. And I'm trying to think of what else. Auphonic, that's what I use for the audio mastering. There's a number of different resources. And I want to say pretty much everything is free or very reasonably priced. But I have a saying, tools maketh the creator, right? Like you cannot create without tools, no matter what craft you have. So I try whenever I speak to provide some type of resources and give back and share. And lastly, please visit our website. It's morejersey.com. We have a highlight video. It tells you more about what's to come. And one thing I didn't state earlier, and I'll make this my last point, and then we can go into feedback and questions. is that I thought I would be launched by now. So you saw that event video? It was this week. It was the 25th, the 24th. I thought I'd be launched. But once again, high standards, various complications, things are getting pushed back. But I'm not going to let that stop me. We have a new date, like July 17th. Hopefully that will stick. But like I said, please visit the website, learn more about us. And it's about to stop. It's about to stop. There we go. Okay. Feedback, questions, please. Okay. Oh, and applause. I'll take that too. I don't mind an applaud. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sir.
He was on one side of Chancellor Avenue years before I was born, and I was on the other side of Chancellor Avenue in Newark. But anyway, that's a digression. I had attended a virtual meetup of a Divi group where they were discussing accessibility. And the woman was very general. I picked up a few ideas, but I went hunting. I could not find a LinkedIn group or a Facebook group where people were discussing the topic to any real extent that they could help somebody like me who's trying to learn for the first time. So I would love to connect up with people who really know, so that people who really know can teach people who want to really learn.
Gotcha. Now, I wouldn't say I'm not an expert, right? I'm not a pro. I'm a champion, right? It's a little bit different. Someone who believes in the cause and is championing it to help others. So that's what I am. I'm still learning. I know I have a few things under my belt, but the main thing is I'm taking a stance, right? And if there's anything I can do to help you, things that I've learned, I don't want to call any organization out, but like you, I had attended a group, and this is the earlier part of my, trying to become more accessible. I raised my hand, I contacted people individually thinking that, okay, if someone is trying to make their website accessible, they'll help them. And it fell on deaf ears. So I say that to say, once we get things going with More Jersey, that's not going to happen again. I have plans for a movement to make various business, nonprofit, faith-based, you name it, startup organization websites accessible. So it's in the back of my head. It's in a Google Doc. It's just a matter of time to actually bring it to fruition. But I understand your pain, and like I said, anything I can do to help you, things that I've learned, the resources, please let me know. Oh, wow, one more question. So, yeah, I can hear you. So what do you mean by memory issue? Okay. See, so that's the problem. You should never host your videos on your web server. Okay. Okay, so basically, we're just, by the way, we're using Vimeo. Okay, Vimeo's a really good. I don't use YouTube because once again, I'm a control freak, right? And YouTube likes to put all types of stuff and UI. I don't like that. I just want you to watch the video. I want you to be focused. So I'm using Vimeo to actually host the videos. I'm using Presto Player to actually play it. And Presto Player is a fairly new plugin, gives you a lot of control, but it has a feature where you can basically, and this is where you can get crafty, a timestamp, right? You've probably seen that in maybe other plugins. So what I'm doing is I'm using an advanced custom field called continue time. I then have a invisible div that has that timestamp. I have the Fiverr guy write the JavaScript, so that basically when you click the button, it then jumps to that timestamp. So once again, I'm not the sharpest person when it comes to coding, but I'm crafty when it comes to figuring things out, right? So once again, where there's a will, there's a way. Oh, my pleasure. Can we get one more, please? Because she looks like she's eager. Okay, this is it. Last person. You.
Thank you. Whoa.
Volume.
I just wanted to thank you for what you bring about accessibility. It is something that I have had a hard time getting motivated about as a developer. So you've really helped me motivate. My question is about your event process, the events. Did you build that yourself in blocks? I didn't quite understand how that happened.
Okay, so basically an event listing is a post. In particular, it's a custom post type. And then using Gutenberg, I then have a custom lazy block called the event detail. In the event detail, and this is where it gets hopefully not too complicated, it's actually, you don't actually enter the content in the block editor, you enter it in advanced custom fields. It then pulls the advanced custom fields into the block and displays it. And then on the back end, I'm able to manipulate stuff. So start date, end date. But then I can break that into month, into day, into year. So I hope that I made it. And just to real quick in regards to accessibility, I would say do the same that I did. Make it personal. Imagine going to a restaurant or to a golf outing and it's a boys club and they're making you feel like you don't belong. That's what made it, make it personal. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone.
Mic check, mic check. There we go. All right. Hope everyone is enjoying the event. Our next speaker is Mel Choice. She'll be talking about getting creative with block patterns. Just a reminder, I want to ask everyone to turn their phones off. We will have a Q&A. And if you wanted to speak to Mel afterwards, you can continue the conversation at the Happiness Lounge. Also a reminder, there is an after party. We would love to see everyone there. Without further ado, here is Mel.
Wow, it has been a long time since I've been on a stage. I hope you all are having a good morning. I'm Mel Choice. I'm a core contributor and committer. I led the 3.7 release, and I worked on some default themes. Today, I want to talk to you about block patterns. Just kind of a show of hands, who's already played around with block patterns? Okay, cool, great. So just for those of you who are new, block patterns are combinations of blocks that are used to form layouts that you could just drop into your site. So let's talk about creating a website using just block patterns, nothing custom. So I set up this demo site using pre-existing block patterns. I didn't actually have to build anything from scratch. Most of what I just did was replace the content and the images. In some cases, I did really minor design tweaks, like changing font sizes, just to work better with this particular theme. And I just got rid of any content that I didn't need. I used 2022 as a base. And the only customizations to the site were pre-made styles that were actually provided by the site editor. So this is a site that uses 0 code customizations, 0 plugins. It is just stock WordPress. I'll just do that again real fast so folks can see. So this is great for me because I do as little code as possible as a designer. My ideal is just to jump into WordPress and build something and not have to worry about fussing with the customizer, fussing with any sort of custom CSS, adding a bunch of plugins, and just even playing with this. It's been probably a couple months since I've really built a lot of stuff in the editor, and even in that few months, I feel like there's been a lot of really good improvements that I really enjoyed when I was putting these demos together. So I'm gonna look at each of these patterns individually really quickly, so we can just kind of know what parts are patterns. Oh, so okay. So this first one it's this text with an offset image. So I use this as a featured section to highlight specific exhibitions in my art museum website. The second pattern I had on the page is just a really large paragraph. It's inside of a container, so it could have its own background image, and so I can adjust the padding. It's really great for things like about sections, mission statements, any sort of come read me. I also included this pattern. It's an image with title and subtitle. I use this pattern twice with different images and text to highlight more exhibitions on my site. And this one was cool because it's a media and text block, so I can like swap the image and text side with just like one click. So this section is one more pattern. It has 2 columns of text. So the pattern I used for this actually already had the kind of content I wanted, so I didn't change anything. So this I just dropped in and like called it a day and moved on. And then last up, I had this call to action pattern at the bottom of the page. And I was able to get all of these patterns directly from the WordPress pattern directory. So it's a repository of community crowdsourced designs and layouts that anyone can use for free on any WordPress website. So it's very similar to the themes and plugin directory. So the pattern directory, it lives on WordPress.org. You can search for patterns using keywords, or you can browse through pre-selected categories like columns or headers. You can also browse by recent or popular patterns. So it's cool because you can see like what everyone else really likes, but then also you can still like see kind of the newest and latest. Like plugins, you can also favorite patterns, so you can easily find them again later. Because there's already like a bunch of patterns, so it gets a little hard if you have to search. So I've been favoriting all the ones I really like so I can find them again. It's really great if you're kind of making your own collections of patterns that you can reuse on multiple sites. So if you like have one you want to put on like you're building, say, like 5 sub-sites for a university, for example. You favorite the ones that you know you're going to want to include, and then it's just that much easier to find them and drop them in again later. So when you select a pattern in the directory, you're brought to this details page. It lets you preview the pattern at different screen sizes. So there's this toggle up there that says full. You can swap just to like basic sizes, or you can actually manually grab those toggles and drag them to get like the full range, which is good if you're on like a super big screen too and you just want to be able to like preview that and see if it works at a large size. There's also this copy button. So what it does when you press it is it actually saves the block markup to your clipboard, and then you can paste it directly into any WordPress poster page. And it's like smart. It just like knows what to do. So when you paste it into your editor, just like directly into the visual editor, you don't need to like switch over to the text editor. It just renders it without you needing to like install or configure anything. And one really good thing about the pattern directory is that it uses all the default blocks in WordPress. Like you can't currently you can't be like, oh, I want this like custom block. So anything you copy from the pattern directory, you can paste into any like stock WordPress install. You don't have to worry about like making sure you have the right plugins installed. So let's just compare the patterns that I copied over from the pattern directory with the demo site that I ended up with. And it is like very similar. I changed some of the colors just to like fit with the theme. Some of the content I changed, and some of it I just removed because it wasn't relevant. But it took like very little time and effort to go from the left side to the right, to what you see in my demo. It was also really fun to put together. So you can also add some patterns directly from the post and page editor itself without needing to like jump onto WordPress.org. So there's in the like plus button where you go to add blocks, there's also this patterns panel. And And so this includes any patterns that are packaged with the theme you're using, as well as some that are like featured from WordPress.org itself. If you're building a custom theme for your clients, you can package your own patterns and even restrict them to just using the patterns that you included. It's great if you're building sites that you expect your clients to change and adapt and like add pages to in the future, but you still need to provide them structured designs for them to follow so they don't kind of like do whatever. Also, if you're building themes to like distribute publicly, you can make them stand out by packaging your own curated patterns that just like work beautifully with your theme styles. And so that's a really good way to like stand out amongst the crowd, especially since themes is such kind of a competitive landscape. So if you've used 2022 a bunch, you may have noticed that my header and footer weren't the default header and footer that are active when you turn the theme on. So 2022, it comes packaged with like a lot of patterns, but it also comes with some header and footer patterns that you can swap out, in addition to like kind of like the general post and page patterns it comes with. So you can change these designs from the new WordPress site editor. If you click on your header up there, you get the little menu that pops up. You can click replace, and it brings up this modal that has all of the header patterns for the theme, which is also good because it means you don't need to dig through like every single pattern that the theme packages. You can be like, oh cool, just the header ones. And so it's like a really easy and fast way to be able to customize your site. I did it also with the footer. So using patterns like this is just a good way to, build a site quickly without any custom templating. Patterns in the site editor like already solve so many of my WordPress use cases. Like when I'm building a site, I'm usually just like putting a site together like real fast. If I'm like volunteering with like a nonprofit or like a campaign, those are like most of the sites that I kind of do in my free time. They're like always like pretty straightforward, kind of like brochure sites, informational. They might have like a donation feature that's like a third-party thing, but for the most part, I could just use the blocks in WordPress and not have to worry about using like a full like site builder plugin. I feel like it's made my life much easier, and the sites I've made much nicer looking by default. So there's been like a lot of instances in the past where a theme has been like almost perfect for what I need, if only I could easily change this or that, and then I spend like 24 hours trying to like change something stupid that I probably should have just been like, whatever. But now I've been finding that like I don't hit that anymore because it is so customizable. So if I only wanted to change the header and footer and everything else about the theme is perfect, I can actually do that now. So the WordPress site editor makes this really easy. It's pretty new, and I hope that you have a chance to play with it soon because I've really been enjoying it. So as I previously mentioned, the pattern directory is made up of community design patterns. So anyone with a WordPress.org account can submit a pattern just so long as it follows the guidelines. And the guidelines are like, don't spam or put like anything bad. So I'm going to take a look at another demo site that I built entirely from scratch. I mean, I used 2022 still, but all the patterns are from scratch. So this demo uses patterns that I designed, and then I ended up submitting to the pattern directory. It's a very simple, small e-commerce site landing page. It has 4 unique patterns. So as I mentioned, I'm still using 2022 as the base, but I'm actually using a different set of the theme provided styles that you can change out in the site editor. So it just changes like the fonts and colors. Gives it kind of like a different palette. Once again, I did change up the header and footer, and those were theme provided. But otherwise, everything on the page I just built directly in Gutenberg. So this first pattern is a featured section. It has an image, heading, a paragraph, and then a button meant to link off to like your site collection. So let's just take a look at how I made this pattern. Instead of using a media and text block, which like I might do in some cases, I opted for columns, just so I had like a little bit more control, and so I can make the image full height. And so I added my columns, and then I have a cover block on the left, which is where I added my image. I ended up turning off the opacity on this because I just wanted the image. I don't want any text on that one. I made the whole thing full width and then added my content to the right column. And so when I did this, I just like copied and pasted from my existing one, so I didn't have to type slowly in my demo videos. Or do a live. I definitely would make a lot of typos. Is anyone else having like unending allergy issues this year? Yeah, it's been pretty bad. So once I had my content in here, I was able to center it. There's the columns block is cool because it has the alignment. So you could like align it to the center or the bottom of the container, and it just like adjusts based on the height of the container, so you don't need to worry about like spacing at all. I also added a background onto the like container of the whole thing, so I didn't need to worry about like spacing or anything. You probably could add the background directly onto that right column if you like do remove all the spacing, which you can actually do now, which is awesome with the block spacing property. But just in this case, I was like, okay, I'll just put it on the container. It's easier that way. I don't need to worry about it. But either way should work. And in this case, because I added padding to the right column, it like did some box model stuff. And so I ended up just making the left column like 1% wider to make it a little more like half and half. My next pattern was inspired by one already in the directory, but I wanted to adjust it. I wanted to adjust the overall spacing. I wanted to add a container. So I ended up making my own version, but it's like a pretty simple pattern. It's just like a heading block and then 4 columns with images. So I ended up like adding some extra padding onto the container and a little extra padding onto the images, which honestly, I kind of did just because I wanted to adjust the image size and I didn't want to like futz with changing the image size. And I thought it was a little easier just to add padding. So you can like get away with all these little hacks, and it actually like works okay. It doesn't, you don't end up having to like, I don't know. I find that sometimes I end up writing overly complex CSS and then I like shoot myself in the foot later when I'm like, oh no, why did I do this? If I change something, everything breaks. And so thus far, like I haven't encountered that yet. So it's been pretty stable. I think honestly, it's making better CSS than I write. Cool. So we have our little like testimonial logo block. Oh yeah, and then the last thing I did was I just grouped it so I could add some more spacing. So this next pattern is just a simple text about section. So this one has a heading, separator block, spacer block, paragraph, spacer block, and then link. And the like stuff inside the container are grouped into the new stack block, which allows you to create rows inside of a container that flow vertically. There's also a new row block that lets you like kind of like do columns, but in like a flex boxy way. I haven't played around enough to like really discover its power, but the demo I've seen on like the WordPress news blogs have been really cool. So I ended up adding spacer onto my container here, just because I want kind of like that big effect, and so like kind of the more spacing the better here. One thing I'm still kind of figuring out is the best way to approach kind of these like big gaps and things. So I've been relying a lot on spacers. I think in this case I just did like pixels, but you can also do percentages or M's. I think you could do like view height, which at least like makes it nice and responsive and like proportional rather than like just using pixels. But I think in this case I just opted for speed. So please forgive me. And it's funny just like thinking about how I would have achieved this before we had the block editor. And it's like, I don't know, a lot of custom code. Some empty divs, really bad practices. Yeah. So my last pattern is just these two images side by side that link off to different shop categories on the site. So I rely on my favorite blocks, which are columns and cover blocks. For this particular pattern. With columns, it's nice, because you can change the positioning of the text. So once I added my images and then my text, I was able to just like plop it down to the bottom. And what I also just did was remove the spacing between the columns so that they're flush and you don't need to worry about removing any spacing like with CSS, which is also a thing I used to do a lot in the customizer. I also really like cover because you have that like 100 view height option. And it's just like smart. Yeah, so I can also do things like change the font size, the line height. I really like the text options now. Because as a designer, I am going to be futzing with like literally everything. So I can make sure I have like full control of the line height when I'm adding like random custom stuff like this, which is also really great when you're adding just like a big paragraph. Like I don't necessarily want it to have the same spacing because the font sizing is so much larger. I want to like tighten it up just a little bit. And like now I can do that without having to add any sort of like custom class onto that. And so I just like really enjoyed being able to work on these like this. So I've submitted these designs to the pattern directory, and I want to show you how you can too. I'm gonna make a pattern live and submit it, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, I have two designs that I want to run by you all. So this first one is kind of this like punchy design. It has multiple columns in different media types. The second one like looks a little more simple, but I think it's just going to be like as complex to build. So what I'm going to have you do is have you all choose which one I'm going to do. If you think I should do A, the purple one, raise your hand. Okay. If you think I should do B, raise your hand. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of B's. Let's do it. Okay. I'm gonna just switch to mirroring my display really quickly. Cool, okay. So I am on WordPress.org. I am already logged in. You'll wanna log in before you do anything. So there's this new patterns tab in the header, and it brings you to the directory. You can look at your favorites. There's a lot of really cool ones that I've already favorited. You can look at your patterns. So a couple of the ones that I built, this like half and half one, the 4 logos, the heading with the text, and this columns of products. I ended up doing 3 columns for like the pattern that I built here. And then you can make a new pattern. So what it does is it opens up just like the block editor inside of the pattern directory. You could add a title. There's like some meta information. I'm going to ignore the title and meta stuff just for now while I build, and then add it at the end. I usually add my title at the end because I don't know what I'm building until I build it. So, okay. So what I did is that I made these in Figma real fast. And so what I see here is I have a background color on this container. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to add a group block. It's going to be full width. Copy over my color. I'm going to have it inherit the default layout of the like site. So what it does is it just like uses, when you add stuff inside of it, you can still choose like wide or full, and it'll use the right widths as like defined by your theme. So we'll add in that background color. Nope, I did that wrong. Cool, okay. So we have some spacing here. So it looks like I did like one, I don't know, let's just add something and see how it looks. Okay, so padding. I usually just change my padding to M's. Let's do, what does 4 look like? Let's do 8. Let's do 6. This is like everything I do is just like playing around until it looks right. Okay, so now I know that I have 2 columns. They're like slightly different sizes. This is a little funky. Kelly, can you fix this? Okay, I'm just gonna do 50-50 for now, and then I'll like change it. So I know that this one is a cover block because I have text in it. Well, this one can probably just be an image, or I'll probably do a cover for both. Okay, so what is different than like a typical WordPress site right now is that it actually opens up an image selector from Openverse. This is so you can't add like just any image, including copyrighted stuff. So everything it's pulling in is like free to use, either like public domain or CC0. And so it pulls it from Openverse, which is, so it started off being like the Creative Commons like media search. Got acquired by WordPress and now lives on WordPress.org. And it's like very nice, especially for those of us who do have to use like CC0 and public domain stuff. It's done some good curation, so you're like getting like nicer results now than like when it was on CC search. And so it's built into now the pattern directory as well. So I ended up like looking on Openverse for these images just so I didn't have to worry about spending the next hour trying to find the right image, which is kind of what I usually do. So I'm gonna just search this small cactus pot. Hopefully it'll come up. Yes, okay, beautiful. And so in this case, I also did get rid of this overlay. Okay, so I have it up and to the left. I'll paste this in, left align, grab this hex code. Okay, so let's position this up here. Okay, so let's try like 2 M's, see how that goes. Not percent. Actually, I could probably just do 2, like for everything. Okay, yeah, that'll probably work. And then for this one, let's go for rubber plant, see if that comes up. How slow is the internet? Okay, cool. I've had a couple times too where the Openverse API kind of pauses out and I just need to like close and then like do it again. But it usually fixes itself by the next time I do that. I feel like it's probably just like a traffic thing. Oh, you know what? And I was going to make that, let's make that, I'm going to choose the appearance. So this toggle over here lets you add more of the like font display things, and a bunch of the categories have those. Like you can like hide things or add them as needed. So they're not like everything is there by default. Okay, let's do bold. And I think this just taps into like whatever the theme provides. So if your theme doesn't have like a full range of widths, it might not work. But yeah, that's something you just kind of have to play around with once you paste it in. Okay, so I have this. Let's change these widths a little bit. Actually, I'm going to open this. I really love the list view. It's gotten really good now too, because you can drag and drop things. So like you can rearrange without needing to like find the handle, which I find really helpful once I start like packing everything in. Okay, so I have this columns. I'm going to do another set of columns. Oh, I was going to change these widths. I just do percentages just for like convenience. Let's do 60%. Let's do 55%. Okay. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll make it. We'll make it 55% so they're equal. Okay, cool. Let's grab my text. And so what I'm seeing here is I have it offset a little bit. I don't know if I want to align it to the right of the container, or maybe I'll just use padding, and we'll see how that goes. And that was also bold. Oh no, medium. So this is kind of silly. I like still end up selecting the text even though I don't need to, because it does it on the block level. But I'm like, oh no, I got to select my text. Okay, so we'll change the text color. And if I was doing this site, I would actually change this default palette in the site editor so I don't need to find the text codes every time. And okay, let's add some padding. Let's see what happens if I do 2 and 1. That's wrong. 1 and 2. 1 and 3. Okay, that's probably good enough. And then I have a button over here, which is C plans. I want outline. I'm going to decrease the text size. And where's my border radius? I don't want a border radius. Ended up making it, nope, yeah, a little bit wider. I might just actually change the padding rather than changing the width. Oh yeah, my text color. All right, so let's change up the padding. Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's probably good. Okay, and I'm going to add some spacing to the columns block itself. So I have 80 pixels-ish here. I'll do M's, and then I'll do the same amount top and bottom. Yeah, that's probably good. Cool. Okay, let's preview it. Let's save draft, and then preview up here. Okay, I mean, I feel like that kind of works. I'm good with it. The only thing I might change is this text. So I might just adjust the padding on it. Oh, I didn't. I thought I did at some point. Oh yeah, because I did it in the cover. This is also kind of the fun thing, is figuring out where you did things. Okay, let's adjust the font size. I just don't like having the like one word on its own line. Okay, and I don't know, maybe yeah, we'll do 42. 42 is a fortuitous number. Change my line height. It's probably good. What did I have here? I had 110. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm happy with this. Okay, what should I call this? This is always the hardest part of making a pattern, is like figuring out what to name it. Yeah. So I think I might do something that's like a little more descriptive. Okay, so 2 columns of images with text and button. I mean, this is like, I'm naming all of them like this. I feel like there isn't like a good kind of like best practice yet for naming things. So the description is just describing, it's like all text for the pattern. So I'm going to say 2 columns with images. The first image has text over it. Underneath is another 2 columns, one with text and one with a button. Let's say an outlined button. Okay, so looking at the categories, so columns, it has images. I feel like those are kind of like the 2 big things. Since there's only the 1 button and like the text is kind of supporting this top area, I think I might just use these 2. But you can like, it's pretty flexible. It's just kind of like, what do you think people would expect to find when they go to these categories? And then like keywords, I'm going to do WordCamp Montclair. Let's do 2 columns. Button. I'll add button to the keywords. Any other keywords you all think I should do? I'll do potted plants. That's a good one. Any other keywords? Call to action. That's a great one. Yeah, that's a good one too. That's probably good for now. Cool. Okay, so I have my title, description, my categories, my keywords. I feel like I am good to submit this. All right, so you get this like publish thing that's just like, check the guidelines. Like, don't add a million placeholder, like don't write like a whole blog post, essentially. And then just like try to use a descriptive name for pattern. So next, it just makes sure that I entered this title and description, and then also make sure I added the categories. And so boom, it's submitted. So it goes into pending review, and then somebody from the theme directory or the theme team, question mark? Okay, yeah, the theme team will review it just to make sure it follows guidelines and then publish it. And so far, like mine have been published pretty quickly. So it's, yeah, that's it. I made a pattern. All right, let's do some Q&A. All right, I'm gonna have people come up to the microphone so they get recorded into the live stream. I'm just gonna go back and unmirror and put up my Q&A slide because I'm fancy. Okay, cool. Yes, question.
Hello. So what if you wanted to have a whole like zip so that every website you build, you can like just upload all of your patterns? Can you do that? Like,
probably. So
like,
you can include them in the theme itself, in the like functions.php, I think, or maybe theme.json. I actually haven't built a theme in like a year, but you can like package them directly into the theme itself, and then you can just like store them in a zip, and then just like pop them into every theme you make. And I think you just need to do like an add supports, and it's pretty quick. It's like 3 lines or something. So
okay, awesome. Thank you.
Welcome.
I was just wondering in terms of best practices, for instance, the right image had a text over it which you could replace with anything you want.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, from where I was sitting, the contrast was so minimal. If I was like flying by it, I might not even notice that
Yeah.
it was there.
Yeah.
To replace over, with whatever.
Yeah, it definitely depends on the image that you choose, like how the contrast ends up being. And that's one of the reasons the cover block has that overlay. So you can like add like a dark overlay with light text. You can add like a light overlay with dark text just to make sure that you do have enough contrast between the image and the text. But that's one of those things you'll need to do once you're making your site and using the pattern, because it is so dependent on the like kinds of content that you're putting there that it's like kind of up to like the site builder to like make sure that contrast is okay.
No, I mean, the reason I just mentioned it was I would think to start out with, you would want it to pop out so the person using your pattern would know, hey, here's a place I got to change.
Yeah, yeah.
So that they, because subliminally they may not even realize it's there.
Yeah. Yeah, so that like could just be something to improve in the design when I'm like making the pattern. Yeah. Thank you. Hi.
So I can use blocks and patterns on an old theme that I created 3 years ago with no problem. But I'm wondering what makes a theme block enabled or a block-based theme?
So I think it uses the theme.json to define like all the different supports. Yeah, I think that's it. I actually don't know that I have a great answer. I would end up looking at the documentation. I always end up like referencing either documentation or some of like beginner theme builder tutorials. It's changed a lot over the past like 2 years. So I feel like every time I'm looking at it, it's like I have to like go back and check. But I think it's a little more stable now.
I think basically you have to prepare your theme to do without a customizer and
I think so.
Other legacy features.
Yeah, and so like one thing that is good about like the default themes is that you could just like take them and change them and like make them kind of like a base for your next theme. And there's a couple other themes that people have done that are block based that are kind of like meant more for building on top of like the underscores theme used to be. So I feel like if I was starting now, I would probably take 2022, fork it rather than like child theme it. And then just like clear out the theme.json and add my own styles.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thank you. I work with a multi-site installation, and we have design standards that we need to adhere to for the university. Is there a way to create reusable blocks, like have a page of copyable blocks that you don't access the WordPress.org for?
Yeah, so you can include them in your theme itself, and it'll show up in that like pattern picker in the editor. If you wanted a documentation page, I'm pretty sure you could probably like custom code that too. If you just wanted like a page where somebody could go and like reference and quick copy things. That could be kind of a cool idea if you have like a style guide page to just be like, also here's the patterns, you can copy them. But that would probably end up being like a custom PHP page in WordPress. Thanks. Cool. Man, we ended like right on time. Thank you, everyone.
Test, test. All right. All right. How's everyone doing? Good? Yeah. All right. Our next speaker is Pam Unks Cronin, and she'll be presenting how to prepare for the dreaded Google Analytics 4 upgrade deadline. Just a reminder, just want to ask everyone to turn their cell phones off. Also, there's an after party after the event. And if you had any questions prior to the after the Q&A with Pam, you can find her at the Happiness Lounge. Without further ado, Pam.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me to nerd out about Google Analytics. Unfortunately, this is a different tone than most of the Google Analytics talks that I do. Usually people are like excited to learn more, but with this whole GA4 thing, I think we're all feeling this sense of dread and dismay and anxiety, right? Yeah, so we're going to try to smush that as best we can and make you feel a little better about it. But I am going to be really sarcastic and cranky about it at the same time. So there's me reacting to how they did this. So our first item on the agenda is for you to listen to me complain about Google Analytics 4 and Google's incredibly poor rollout plan for it. And then at some point I will stop complaining and show you what you need to do to seamlessly transition to GA4 and back up your historical data because of the poor rollout plan. That's going to be very important. If you want to download the slides, you can go to pamandmarketing.com/slides. There's a bunch there, but this one will be on the top. Leave that there for just a sec, and I'll show it again at the end. All right, we do have a specific Q&A portion at the end, so try to hold your questions till then, but if you're like completely lost on what I'm talking about, you need a quick clarification, feel free to chime in. All right, about me, basically, I'm a major nerd. A lot of you know me already, so I'm not going to go through all of this, but been working with Google Analytics for a really, really long time is the point. All right, so let's get to the dumpster fire that is GA4. A lot of people say, wait, what? What's GA4? A lot of people have heard of this, a lot of people haven't. Google Analytics 4, aka GA4, is the latest version of Google Analytics, and everyone hates it. That's really the key takeaways. Yeah, so it's the 4th iteration of Google Analytics. A lot of people don't realize that it's the 4th iteration. Universal Analytics was the most recent version, which was the 3rd version, but they never really referred to it as GA3. So throughout this, you'll probably see me mix up referring to it as UA, referring to the current version, which is the 3rd version, as UA for Universal Analytics, or sometimes I call it GA3. Just kind of want to get people used to thinking of UA as GA3. Google Analytics actually started not as Google. It started as Urchin in 1997. It was another company entirely, and Google bought them out. And so the 2nd iteration was in 2005, the GA.js. 2012 brought us Universal Analytics, which is what we're still on now. I actually didn't realize it's been quite that long. And that was analytics.js, and Google Analytics 4, oops, I have a typo. It says JTAG.js. It is GTAG.js. I will fix that. So I'm going through all this because if you take a quick peek at the source code on your website and you find your Google Analytics code, you can know what version you're on basically by looking for ga.js, but pretty much no one's on Urchin anymore. Rarely do I see a ga.js, but I actually saw one the other day. Yeah, it's spotted in the wild. Most people are on analytics.js now, or gtag.js because Google's been harassing us to upgrade the script long before they started harassing us to upgrade the version of the software. So that's how you can quickly check, and I will fix that for anyone who downloads the slides. I will fix that to a G right after this. Okay, main differences between GA3 and GA4. GA4 tracks websites and apps together. So in the past, if you had a mobile app, you had to set up Google Analytics separately for that. Now it's all unified. There's a new event-based measurement protocol versus the current session-based protocol. That doesn't mean anything to any of us other than it will come up later as one of the reasons that this is a very difficult transition. And it's just way more complex. Exactly, right? As if Google Analytics wasn't complex enough already. They're like, here, have some more complexity. Deal with it. But I'm going to give you a tip about that too along the way. All right, so let's talk about the worst rollout plan of all time. Most people's reaction is like, all right, fine. You know, we're used to being forced to upgrade software here and there in our lives. And so people are like, all right, fine, I have to upgrade to GA4, but I can just import my old Google Analytics 3 data, right? Nope, you cannot. And as if that wasn't bad enough already, they're not going to let you keep that forever either. They'll let you keep it for a while. But I'm sorry, I'm giving this gentleman a heart attack. Don't worry, I'm going to bring it back around to how to handle all this without too much anxiety. It's going to be okay, I promise. Okay, so like I said, the new event-based measurement protocol, say that 10 times fast, is apples and oranges to the old session-based one. So I kind of get it that you can't just import data from GA3 into GA4. It's like, think of it like a different programming language almost, with some crossover, but it's really a different kind of language per se. So I kind of get that. But I mean, the least they could have done for us is allow us to import some of it to some pieces that are common, or allow us to access it long term. But it's Google's world and we're just living in it. So we got to try to make lemonade out of these lemons, which is what I'm going to help you do. When are they doing this? Well, some people think they have time because they keep saying that Universal Analytics properties will stop collecting data as of July 23rd, 2023. So the immediate reaction is, oh, okay, I got a year before I have to deal with this. No, you got to deal with it now, because since you can't import GA3 data into GA4, if you come next year, you want to compare your traffic year over year and see how your traffic did between 2022 and 2023, you won't be able to, because you won't have that. You won't have now to July 2023 imported into GA4. So you got to basically just start using GA4 now. You can use it concurrently with the current version side by side, but you want to do that so that you have that ability come next year. Your future self will thank you when you have to do year-over-year comparisons and you're actually able to. So now is the time. I would highly encourage you to do this before July 23rd of this year. All right, so you thought that I was done with the complaining part. No. I'm going to take you through a not-so-brief tour of some of the many annoying things about Google Analytics 4, just to ramp up your anxiety a little more before I take it back down. There's a lot of missing metrics, including 3 of my all-time favorites: bounce rate, time on page, and average session duration have been removed. Some have sort of similar replacements, and we'll get to that. So overall, you know, we're going to figure out how to deal with this, but that was very, very, very sad news, the death of bounce rate, time on page, and average session duration, amongst these others. Also, users are defined differently. You know, as if it wasn't complex enough and this transition wasn't difficult enough. They're like, let's just like what we used to call users, let's just like make it something else and call that users. And I mean, obviously it still refers to the people that are coming to your website, but in the current version of Google Analytics, if you see a report that just says users, the word by itself, users, it means total users. And then there's a separate metric for new users. In Google Analytics 4, there is that total users metric, but that's not the one that they call users. If you see the word users by itself in GA4, it refers to this new metric, which is called active users, users that have been active on your site in the last 28 days. And then there's a separate metric for new users. So you will not see the numbers match up, because users in GA4 is your total users, whether they were active in the last 28 days or not. And users in users in GA3 are, no, I said that, but see, I can't even keep track of all this. Users in the current version are total users. Users in the upcoming GA4 version are users that have been active in the last 28 days. So don't panic if you don't see those numbers match between the current version and the new version. And there's a lot of instances like that, but I just picked that one as a pretty, understandable example of how they're like measuring things separately. They're also counting sessions differently. So, let's reinvent math just to make this even harder. Your session count will also be different, probably lower in Google Analytics 4 than in the current version, because of a variety of different nuances, including the fact that GA4 doesn't create a new session when the traffic source changes mid-session, but the current version does. So if you came in from an organic SEO search and then you hit the back button later on, 10 minutes later, you see a Facebook ad for that same site and you come back in on the Facebook ad, a session is considered 30 minutes long. So if you switch the source that you came from in the same session, its current version of Google Analytics would count that as 2 sessions. GA4 was counted as 1. Again, the nuances aren't incredibly important. The past midnight thing, too, is another little thing. But these are just examples of how GA4 does math a little bit differently than the current one. So, again, don't panic if your numbers are different. This one, I was pretty upset about, too. I'm upset about all of this. No more goals. Although I always hated the word goal. I thought they should have always called it a conversion all along, because that's what it is. But we got used to goals, and you could set them up fairly easily and define what you want to consider a conversion fairly easily. And in GA4, we don't have that anymore. You still have to set up your conversions. They're calling them conversions, so that actually makes sense. Something makes sense for once. But a conversion is set up as taking an event and marking it as something that you can consider a conversion, or more likely creating a custom event and then marking that as something you consider a conversion. It's not the hardest thing in the world, but it is more complex and annoying. Also, views. This is probably my number one thing I'm upset about. I rely on views a lot. I deal with a lot of sites that have, including my own, that have different sections for different brands or subdomains, or even different domains, but they're owned by the same brand, so they're tied into the same Google Analytics account. And we separate them with views. You got one that has everything, and then one that has just the one part, and then one that has just the other part. You can't do that anymore. You have to just look at everything all together, and whatever report you're on, you can do what they call a comparison and like split it out on the fly. But I haven't found anything yet that makes it as easy as views did. There's a little bit of a rumor that they may bring views back, but I'm not going to get my hopes up just yet. There is another thing called explorations, which is basically a fancy word for custom reports. Well, that's another thing they made a lot harder than it used to be. Was building a custom report is beyond complex now. Hopefully they do continue to refine this, though. This is the first iteration, so I have a smidge of hope that they'll make it a little bit easier. But yeah, no good solution for this one right now. I found workarounds for pretty much everything else thus far, except for this one. Well, I found workarounds within Google Analytics for pretty much everything else except this one. I will show you an external workaround for this after. And segments. Oh, I love segments. They're also missing now. That was like, I was like, okay, we have no views, so I'll just use segments. No, I mean, they're there, kind of buried in that crazy complex explorations thing. And we kind of get the same functionality out of comparisons, although it's much more manual. So yeah, that's basically how I feel about that, is how Charlie looks right there. All right, I'm almost done complaining, I promise. The complaints are building context, though, to how I'm going to show you how to deal with this. All right, so after GDPR and CCPA and all this data privacy stuff was enacted and Apple started taking away cookies and whatnot, we are heading toward a cookieless world. Later next year, I forget exactly when, Chrome is going cookieless. So, and then there's like all these laws about how long you can keep people's data. So I get it. You have to put some form of data retention controls in there. And in the current version of Google Analytics, it is 2 years, which doesn't really harm anybody too much if they forget to go in and extend that, because when was the last time you looked at your data from 3 years ago? Yeah, probably 3 years ago or 2 years ago. So 2 years was fine. In Google Analytics 4, it can only go up to 14 months, but the default is 2 months. 2 months. So many people are not going to realize that, and they're going to switch over, and 3 months later be like, oh my God, expletive, where is my data? So very first thing, and I'll walk you through the whole setup. Very first thing you want to do is make sure that you flip that 2 months to at least 14 months. Also, you want to start looking into a way to store your data even longer than that. But again, let's crawl before we walk and then walk before we run. Okay, so don't panic. I'm done complaining now. Maybe. I have a plan. So everybody breathe. We're going to meditate on my 3-part plan surviving this transition. First, I'm going to walk you through setting up Google Analytics 4 right now. If you have your laptop, get ready and just do it right now. And you don't have to worry about it. I'll take you step by step. Just follow me and get it done. If you don't have your laptop, no worries. This is being recorded. The slides are available, and you can go back through this anytime. You're definitely going to want to back up your GA3 data because, like we said, it can't be imported and will be deleted. And you want to set up Data Studio. This is like my real key to surviving all of this is, as we said, Google Analytics in its current iteration is complex enough. GA4 is even more complex. So why are we torturing ourselves with working with these incredibly complex interfaces when there's a better way? And I feel that Data Studio is a better way, and it's free. So we'll get to that too. But let's, again, crawl before we walk before we run. So let's start crawling. We're going to set up Google Analytics 4. The first thing you want to do is go into your current analytics, and there is an admin gear on the lower left. You've probably been in there before. When you go into your admin settings, there's 3 columns, and in the center column, you'll see GA4 Setup Assistant. Make sure my mouse shows up there. Okay, my mouse shows. So click the Setup Assistant, and then click the Get Started button. Oops, there we go. All right, here's where it gets a little tricky. If you already have a gtag.js analytics script powering your current version of Google Analytics, then you can just check this little box here to enable GA4 to collect data from your site with the existing tag. But that only applies if you have gtag.js. So if you go to your website, right-click, go to View Page Source, Control-F or Command-F, and search for the word analytics or even UA-. You can find which one you're on. Remember that 4 iteration thing from before. GA.js won't work for this. Analytics.js won't work for this. But if you see gtag.js in your analytics script, then you can just check that box and it makes life a little bit easier. If not, no worries, we'll get through it. You just don't check that box and you keep going. And then it's going to offer you to go to your new Google Analytics 4 property. So you click the big blue button, go to your GA4 property. And then you're going to be prompted to install your tag because, again, this is for people who have not checked that box. If so, you just get to skip all this. But so you're going to go to the arrow under tag installation, under collection. And then you got to click again on these arrows. Sorry, I went too fast on that. Eventually, you keep clicking these arrows until you get to your data stream. That's a new term that they're using for really the script and what it does to bring data in, calling it a stream. It's basically your tracking script. So you get through all that, and then again, if you did not check the box a few steps ago, it prompts you to add a new on-page tag. And so you can copy paste that code just like it was. Oops, I keep clicking by accident. You can copy paste that code into the head of your website just like you always did with every iteration of Google Analytics before, or you can use a WordPress plugin, but make sure that it's GA4 compatible. Some of the Google Analytics plugins for WordPress have not yet upgraded their code to use the GTAG.js. Better Analytics is one that I spotted the other day, that it's still relying on analytics.js and won't work for GA4. So make sure that if you use a plugin, it specifically says that it's GA4 compatible. You also have the option of using Tag Manager, which I greatly prefer, but that's a whole nother like 7 sessions we don't have time for today. But if you are familiar with Tag Manager, I highly suggest going that direction instead. But we're keeping it simple for now. So copy paste your code into the head of the website. Or again, if you did check that box because you know you have GTAG already, you can use the existing on-page tag, but there's just one more step. Make sure you follow these directions right here, where you have to copy your new Google Analytics property ID, which now starts with G dash. We're used to seeing UA dash blah, blah, blah. Now it's G dash blah, blah, blah. So you want to copy that, go back into your current version of Google Analytics, and there will be an option to connect the two, and then you paste that in there. And that's how the current code collects, like kind of through GA3 to GA4. But you do have to connect it. So just to try to recap that as simply as I can, if you were able to check the box, remember to go back and connect it to GA3. If you were unable to check the box, just put the new code on the site in place of the existing code. You swap them out. You don't want to. All right, so once you've implemented the code, go to your site and click on a few pages, then go to reports. In GA4, go to reports, and you'll see one called real time, and just make sure you see yourself there to make sure it's working. Very important, as I said before, you're going to do all this just to have your data deleted every 2 months. You definitely want to go immediately into the center column of settings in GA4, click on data settings, and go to data retention. Flip that 2 months to 14 months, hit save, do it immediately. If you do nothing else as part of this setup, do that. All right, now another thing you want to make sure to do, because it won't be done for you by default, whereas a lot of the property settings like time zone and stuff are like imported automatically when you do the GA4 setup assistant, the goals, aka conversions, are not. I'm still not used to calling it conversions, even though I've preached for years that it should be called conversions, so I keep saying goals. So to configure your conversions, there's a new section in the side menu of GA4 that says configure. So it's a little bit different than the settings gear. It's kind of like configuring your reports as opposed to configuring your account. So that's where you go to create. Most likely you're going to need to create an event. Most conversion events don't just happen by themselves. So you're going to need to create an event and specify the conditions that trigger that event. So it's actually very similar to the old way where you would say, all right, like I want to make a destination goal for when someone fills out my form and they land on like the confirmation or thank you page afterwards. So you would go in the old version, you would say destination goal, you'd put the URL of the thank you page and say, this is what I consider a conversion, is when someone hits this because they only hit it when they've filled out my form. It's very similar to that. It's just kind of a whole new language of the way that you have to define it. It's parameter, operator, value, and you have to use the page location instead of what was just simply called page in the last version. But you do get used to it kind of quickly. It's similar in nature. So that's how I set up my contact form goal conversion in, I can't get used to it yet, in GA4. All right, so then you go to, so you've created your custom event that you will consider a conversion. Then you have one more step. You got to mark it as a conversion. So you go back into that configure section, click on conversions, and click on new conversion event. Oh, I forgot to mention before, you should, whatever custom name you give it, copy it to your clipboard before you leave, because I've done that and like gotten to this part and I'm like, crap, I forgot what I called it. So copy the event name that you made before you leave that menu. Then go into the conversions menu, paste it in, hit save, make sure, I mean, this will happen by default, but just put eyes on it. Make sure that the mark as conversion toggle button is active, and that's all you should need to do. Then again, go to your site, test the action, go to the real-time reports, make sure it works. Okay, so a lot to get through in a short time. I'm going to go a little bit fast, but we have time for Q&A, and I'm not running away afterwards, so even if your question doesn't fit into Q&A, I'll be in that happiness lounge to make you happy and answer your questions. All right, very important to start backing up your GA3 data now because, again, we're not going to be able to import it or keep it forever in Google Analytics. So there's no good way to do this unless you go to the level of doing like a data warehouse, like a BigQuery, Snowflake kind of thing, where you sync it up in the background and you get every little bit and byte of data out of it. It's possible, but that's more of like an enterprise level solution. And most people don't need to keep every little thing forever anyway. So basically, I suggest going to each of your favorite reports in the current version of Google Analytics. Like my absolute favorite is under acquisition and then all traffic and channels. You see just, the buckets, the different channels that bring traffic to your site, organic search, paid search, referral, email, etc. I go there all the time. So that was the first one I did this with. Go there, set your date range to, unless you have a really high traffic site, set your date range to last month. On a really high traffic site, I would do weekly. But most sites, I think it's fine to grab this data monthly. Annoyingly, when you set when you go to whatever report in the current version of Google Analytics and the new one, it only shows you 10 rows of data. And so you got to go to the bottom right-hand corner and flip that to the max, which is 5,000 rows. And this is why you want to do it weekly. If it's a higher traffic site, you might have more than 5,000 rows. Most of them that we deal with will have 5,000 rows. So if you go further with this process and you don't expand that, you're only going to get the first 10 rows sent to you every month, which would not be helpful. So then click, not lick. You can see how I rushed to put this together. Don't lick the share button. Click the share button in the upper right. And what you're doing here is entering your email so that you can have this data emailed to you automatically monthly. But remember to select CSV in there. It defaults to PDF. CSV is the most portable, so if you do decide to do some kind of data warehousing or even just import your old data into Data Studio or something in the future, you're going to thank yourself for selecting CSV here instead of PDF. And type in, select monthly, type in a name for the report. You have to type in a body, which is silly, so I just retyped the name. Prove your humanity and hit send, which is counterintuitive. It's really should say save. It's not going to send it to you immediately, but it will send it to you on whatever you specify, like monthly on the first day of the month. This is a better way than just downloading your data now. Like I know a lot of people right now are going through all their favorite reports and just, hitting export and save, export, save, export, save. Well, you got to remember to do that every month from now until July 23rd, 2023. And so you're not going to remember. I mean, maybe you will. I'm not that organized to remember to do that every month. So you definitely want to automate that, not do a one-time backup. Okay, and here's the part where I suggest that we just get as far away from Google Analytics interface as we possibly can. Not the data, but the interface. Save yourself the agony of having to learn an extra complex software and consider Google Data Studio. Occam's razor, the simplest answer is usually the best one. If Google Analytics is complex and hard to navigate and hard to learn, get out of it. Pull the data into something else that's much easier to use. Now, I won't claim that Data Studio is easy to set up, but there are a lot of templates. There's a template gallery of reports that you can just make a copy, connect it to your Google Analytics, and you're good to go. And then over time, you can start to learn how to customize it. And I think, again, your future self will thank you for this, because if you get used to relying on Data Studio for reporting instead of the Google Analytics interface, you're not going to feel too much pain from this transition. There are a few metrics that are kind of gone and missing in the new Google Analytics, but I'll pull this up bigger in a second. There are sort of close enough equivalents for most of them, and I've set up a report that you can, by going to bit.ly/unifiedGA, you can go there, make a copy, connect it to both your current Google Analytics, GA3, aka UA, Universal Analytics, and your new GA4. And again, don't panic if the numbers don't match. They won't match, but they should be like kind of close. And this way, if you get used to relying on this for your data instead of the Google Analytics interface, then and this is going to keep happening in the future too. There's going to be GA5 and 6 and so on, and it's going to be different every time. So instead of torturing yourself with having to relearn it every time, just pull the data into something so much simpler. The visualizations in Data Studio are just so much better anyway. So I've been relying on Data Studio for a long time now. Obviously, I just on the fly, I'll go into Google Analytics to check something quickly, but for all of our clients reporting, I set them up on Data Studio as the first thing, and then these transitions aren't as painful. So I'm going to put the slides link up one more time real quick, and then I think I'm almost spot on. Oh, I got 15 minutes instead of 10, right? Nice. All right, so if you want to grab the slides, there's the link, and then I'm going to pull that Data Studio report up bigger so you can see it better. All right, let's do that. Oh, that's fantastic. Of course, I did this so late at night that I messed up the access, but I'll fix that too so you can get it. In addition to fixing where I told you to lick things. Thank you for being my guinea pigs for my first GA4 presentation. A few bumps in the road, but we got through it. All right, so you can see that bigger now. So once I fix that link, you'll be able to open this up in Data Studio and go to the option where it says make a copy. If you haven't used Data Studio before, you'll have to just set up your account real quick, but it's just the Google product like everything else. So you can just use your same Google account that you use for Google Analytics. I actually highly recommend using the same exact Google account that you use for Google Analytics. It'll make connecting your data a lot easier. And set up, your Data Studio, and then pull up this report, make a copy, and connect. When you make a copy of it, you will see, actually, let me get out of presentation mode here. Escape. All right, we're going to go to edit. So this is where you'll go File, Make a Copy, and it will connect you, it will prompt you to, it'll show you how I have my regular and GA4 accounts connected here. So it'll just prompt you to go here, go down to Create Data Source, select Google Analytics, pick your, so this is why you want to be in the account that you have it in already. Pick your account, and let me get back out of here. Oops. I think I'm not seeing my whole screen because I can't click out of that. All right, let me try to go back button. There we go. Couldn't find the X. And so it'll prompt you to connect the two. Just connect the two, and then this should populate with your numbers, and you can start to get used to, you can customize this, you can add pages, you can add more little, like if you have an e-commerce site, maybe you don't care about the conversions as much as the transactions and the revenue, you can replace that. I kind of designed it in a funnel kind of way where you've got just like your awareness metrics of like your total traffic coming to the site, total number of people coming to the site, and then the engagement metrics, my favorite three, RIP, average session duration, pages per session, and bounce rate. But there are sort of equivalent new ones in GA4, the engagement metrics. User engagement time is kind of, there we go. All right, we got the 10-minute mark, right? Okay, so, all right. The average session duration is kind of equivalent to user engagement time. Pages per session, kind of equivalent to what I had to create a smidge manually here. they had events per session. So I quickly created a custom metric for events that are page views per session. So I filtered that a bit. That's a nice thing about Data Studio. You can filter any metric that you'd like. You click on it, and this was by default. It was the total events of all kinds per session. I made it a filter to say I only want to see them if the event name is equal to page view. And then I was basically able to recreate that metric of page views per session. And engagement rate is very similar to bounce rate. I will stop there now and take questions. They told me to have you walk up to, if you can, the microphone. Otherwise, I can repeat the question so that people on the live stream can hear it. All right, she won the race. She got there first.
So my head is spinning and I'm fuming, and this is just scratching the surface of my needs. So I have two quick questions. First, do you do Zoom consulting?
Yes.
I will be speaking with you later.
I'm a data therapist on the side.
The second question I think is more for everyone, which is, I will go through the pain of all of this, or I will decide to not do this for my clients ever again. But if I go through the pain of all of this, is this addressing anything about Google Analytics spam?
Great question. Is it fixing the spam problem? Not entirely, but I think thus far, and as I'm early on in the journey here, I think it's doing a slightly better job at filtering out known bots than GA3 is. I had a lot of bot filters in my GA3 view that I didn't necessarily need to recreate in GA4 because the numbers were already kind of similar. So I think it's doing better, but it's certainly not perfect.
My question is the user engagement.
Oh, 1 sec. I don't think that mic's on.
So my question's with the user engagement. Is that 5 hours and 31 minutes?
No, sorry.
Or 5
It is,
minutes.
again, they switched the math a little bit. Whereas before they would give you minutes and seconds, now you're getting minutes and I don't even know, seconds and milliseconds. so just kind of like use your eyeballs to compare the first two chunks of this to that one.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. One of my clients is a very complex, homegrown configurators and e-commerce, homegrown e-commerce site. We've developed tags over years with the help of Google Tag Team. And will those tags be automatically converted over to GA4? Because it's years of work that went into this.
Not necessarily no, they're not going to be pulled in by default, but you can, there's an option in there, I don't know if I could find it quickly enough, but in the settings in GA4, there's an option, I think it's under data stream settings, to kind of honor like universal analytics events and pull them in. Actually, it might be under configure and then events. Somewhere in there, I'm still getting used to where things are. There's an option to pull your universal analytics events into GA4. Now that's a temporary solution because obviously the universal analytics is going to go away. Are you doing your tags in Tag Manager? Okay. Yeah. All right. So then that is not so bad of a transition. You will have to kind of create copies of them and assign them to the GA4 config tag in there instead of the other one. I'm honestly still battling the same thing with a lot of our clients, and I don't have it completely figured out yet. But I see a path where there's like a way to kind of just duplicate them all, tweak them all, and not have to recreate the wheel completely.
So it's a matter of duplicating the tags.
I think that's going to be the best way. Like, I'm still playing with it, trying to find the best possible solution. But for now, that's what I think we're going to have to do. We're all still figuring it out. Hi, I'm sorry I gave you a heart attack in the beginning.
Yeah, well,
okay?
I look at this as more painful than root canal therapy. I mean, it's just, all right, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. But
it's
bad news. I mean, GA3 is tough enough, and now GA4, come on now. But I wanted to know if you set up Data Studio, should you, and you're already pulling from GA3, will it automatically pull from GA4 if you convert to GA4?
No.
So then you have to go into the Data Studio and then reconfigure something.
Well, so let me see if I can make this.
What would be the best way to do this? I guess you
let me
first
click on
convert to
that.
GA4 and then you go to Data Studio and then you make your changes in there.
Right. So, well, if you first convert to, well, it depends on when you start using Data Studio. If you have an existing Data Studio report, let's just say this is a separate report and it's all GA3. You have a couple of different options. You could do a side-by-side like I'm doing. I'm not going to do this forever, obviously, but I do want to make sure there's consistency, that the metrics are at least somewhat close for now. So you could do like side-by-side where you have like this one, the data source is set to the GA3 data source, and then copy-paste and change that one to the GA4. That's how I made this. That's one option. Another option is take your whole GA3 Data Studio report and do the file, make a copy. And if you only had GA3 on there, you would just select GA4. Now, there'll be a couple of things that won't work that way, like the metrics that don't exist anymore. You'll have to manually go to those, but a bunch of them are the same. So it's not too painful of a process. If you haven't been using Data Studio at all, I highly suggest just go with GA4 from the get-go.
Right. And just not even use Data Studio?
Sorry, what was that?
And not use Data Studio?
No, use Data Studio, but don't bother if you're just starting Data Studio, don't bother connecting it to the old one, even though these metrics are what you're still used to seeing right now. Just kind of try to force yourself to go GA4 from the get-go. But at least this way, like you still have to learn the new metrics and what they mean and everything, but you don't have to learn a whole new interface, at least. I mean, you're learning the Data Studio interface, but it's a lot easier than...
At this point, I just want to go back to Jetpack.
So there's a talk later today, actually, that is going to discuss alternatives. So I'll plug that talk. Victor's going to talk about alternatives. You may want to get away from Google Analytics entirely, and that's totally an option. So we have a couple more minutes.
Hey again. So
Hi.
my question is, like, a lot of the advertising platforms put the UTM medium, UTM source parameters in the URL. Is all of that carried over cleanly, and you're able to kind of filter your reports and stuff with those?
It's all carried over. I wouldn't say cleanly. What you're going to want to study with regard to UTMs is, let's see, the default channel definitions. I don't think I have to put Google Analytics to get it. Yeah, okay, default channel definitions. Let me see if I can get them sort of side by side here. Okay, so yes, this article is about universal analytics. So this is currently how Google Analytics interprets and kind of files the UTM tagged traffic. So it's mostly based on medium, sometimes on source, but oh, my screen's not showing. There we go. Okay, so it's mostly based on medium. So if you have UTM medium equals CPC, it's going to file it in the paid search bucket. A lot of what people do now with like paid social is they will use CPC or PPC. And then because there's no source filter here now, it gets dumped into paid search, which doesn't really make sense. So I think there's a smidge of a redeeming quality in GA4 here that they've changed these a bit so that you have now, for example, oops, sorry. I don't know why they show you paid social tags for Google Ads. I can't even imagine how that is even possible. So that's what you'll see first. Scroll down to channels for manual traffic to see something that makes sense. And so now there's the same medium filter. They put a little regex on it because a lot of people also use paid social for their medium for paid social traffic. But now it will look at the source and see if it's Google or this is basically the same thing here, or if it's a known social site. And so you'll have paid social and paid search. So yeah, not exactly cleanly, but I actually think the new way is slightly better. So you may have to make a few adjustments, but then I think it's going to be better going forward.
Thanks, that was super helpful.
Good, good. Hello, my dear.
Let me take this off. So, can you explain the difference between engagement rate and bounce rate?
I'm still trying to figure that out myself, honestly.
That is fair.
Yeah, I'm learning along with everyone else. I was like, I know that question's going to come up. I got to spend more time studying that before this. No, haven't gotten there yet. Sorry. I will keep you posted.
Thank you.
All right. Got, I think, one more minute, right? If anyone else has a question. No more bounce rate. Actually, you know, I did call it one of my favorite metrics and said I was sad to see it go, but it's so easily manipulated and often inaccurate that I am kind of glad that they switched it to something else. I still need to wrap my head around exactly how they're calculating the engagement rate, but I think I'm going to be more happy with it than bounce rate because it was so often incorrect. All right. I think that's a wrap then. Thank you. good. It's been a while. The photographers. I'm going to take a photo of the photographers in a bit. Yeah. Right before they actually start, I want to get a picture of the crowd.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome back. I'm from after lunch. We are so happy you are back with us here again. I am super excited to introduce this panel. Mike Oteri, who is my co-organizer, he's like, this was your, there he is, he's back there waving at me. He's like, this was your idea, get up there and introduce them. So yay, I'm super excited about this. As many of you know, WordPress is open source, which means it only survives by people showing up and helping it to progress. And there are WordPress releases that go on throughout the year. Plenty of volunteers on there, some that are paid and sponsored by organizations, some that are not, that help us create what it is that we use on a day in and day out basis. And travel with me back in time before the pandemic. And it was WordPress Help Me Josepha 5.6 that Josepha Hayden had the idea for an all-woman and gender non-binary release squad. Because women finding a place in text, shocker, sometimes is a difficult path. And they did it. They did it, we rocked it, we got it out there on time. And they all have amazing stories to tell, and they all participated in different capacities on this release squad and contributing to WordPress beyond that. There are so many areas and ways you can contribute, whether you code, whether you design, whether you don't. There is a place for you. So to introduce our panel, we have Josepha Hayden, who will be our MC. Michelle Frechette, who is one of the participants, Courtney Robertson, who's one of the participants, and Ebony Butler. So without further ado, Josepha, take it away and lead us on this journey.
The journey into the center of WordPress. All right, well, excellent. As Laura said, we worked together on the all-women and non-binary WordPress release, which was 5.6, titled Josephine. I thought that was really appropriate as far as names of jazzers to include. And before we get started, I do want you all to just kind of go down the line. I'm going to start with you. This is your warning shot. Go down the line, tell us your name again, and then what it was that you did with the release, and if you came to WordPress through a specific team or initiative, which one that was. So those three things.
Awesome. Hi, I'm Ebony Butler. I'm a senior software engineer at PMC. And for the release, I was a release coordinator. So basically, I ran the dev chats every week. I did the release announcement post. I ran the release parties. And I constantly talked to the triage lead to make sure that the track tickets that were set to be released, set for release, were moving. So that was my role in the release.
I'm Courtney Robertson. I am a dev advocate these days at GoDaddy Pro. I contribute to the WordPress project through the training team. Our team makes the content that goes out on learn.wordpress.org. And during this release, I was just beginning to resurface. I had taken some time off from contributing, and I had just begun to resurface and try reassembling a team to get some content that would be related to 5.6 launched right around the time. And so that was actually kind of new. The team hadn't been releasing content related to releases yet.
I'm Michelle Frechette, and I am the Director of Community Engagement for Stellar WP. And I came to the WordPress project through camp mentorship as a WordCamp mentor, and then through a contributor day into the marketing team. And so I was on the marketing team for the release.
Nice, excellent. All right, so I've got a handful of questions for you all. Full disclosure, we definitely talked before this. We definitely meet and chat sometimes. And so it's not like this is a bunch of gotchas, but we're going to act like it anyway. I have a handful of questions for you all, starting here. So for any of you, was this your first time contributing to Core? And if so, what was this particular experience like?
It was my first time contributing, other than, being on a marketing squad and things like that, but actually contributing to Core, and I had no idea what to expect. And I had no idea that we'd be doing shadowing prior on the release before that, learning a little bit of the ropes that way. literally had no idea what to expect and didn't even know that marketing was part of a release. I was one of those people that assumed that if you didn't code, you couldn't be on a release squad, which is a very big misnomer, and it is absolutely not true, because I'm living proof of that, because I'm not a coder. So.
I came in to the core channel, probably really started paying attention for the first time during that release. And as I recall, I was teaching at a boot camp at the time, front-end dev. And so I had pulled a few of the beta parts of the release and started walking my students through what was coming. And first time that I was really paying attention to the core channel. Yeah.
I think for me, I actually did my first core contribution at my first WordCamp. I went to a contributor day. I remember working with Jordan. He's now my boss. And we worked on a patch for the WordPress events widget on the dashboard. So it was definitely collaborative, but that definitely got my name in the commit history, so I'm proud of that. But in terms of kind of project managing and leading people and like talking to developers and organizing, that was always super intimidating. So when I got kind of offered to be the release coordinator, I was like, I don't know if I can do this. But it was definitely a really great experience. I got to talk to a lot of people, get to know a lot of people who are really important and fun and really helpful in the WordPress community. And yeah, it was a great experience.
Anyone in the room learn about this event from the events widget that Ebony contributed to? We got some. Like, I see like 3 hands. I love you all. I think it's great. Okay. All right, great. So second question that we have here. It sounds like, based on your answer, Ebony, like there's more to releases, more to open source than you can see when you're on the outside of it. So as you all think back, like what do you wish you had known when I tweeted very blithely, like, I wish I could have an all-women, non-binary release, and then people were like, I can make that happen. Like, is there anything that you wish someone had said before you were like, me too, girl? Like, what? That's for everybody, but you made me think of it.
Something I wish I would have known before the release, or
yeah, like as you were headed into it.
I think I wish I would have known how accepting everyone is in the WordPress community, because it can be very intimidating to join the WordPress Slack. There is so much going on all the time. You can get pinged a lot if you don't turn it off, and and you don't really know where to start. And so when I knew I always wanted to contribute code and patch and build features because I love coding. So when I joined the core channel and got intimidated by not really seeing anyone like me, everyone being mostly white male, I really didn't really want to do anything. I didn't really feel motivated to contribute. And it would have been nice to kind of have some introduction in some formal way to be like, hey, it's okay, you can contribute, and just kind of know that it's okay to participate and don't be intimidated, and you're welcome here.
I would say similar to that. I had felt intimidated about the core channel previous to that release. Coming from a docs and training technical document writing perspective, we know that having those materials readily available at as close to release as we could have it really helps everybody adopt and use and be familiar with the changes, or even have somewhere to go to figure out, how do I use the new features, the new changes. But I personally didn't know how to overcome this, like, I need help interpreting what's changed, finding those sources, and then feeling confident enough to go ask the questions from the people that were doing that development. So this particular release, seeing the shift that happened through that, opened up the channels that I didn't feel awkward or uncomfortable asking those questions. Now I know I can go here or there or talk to this person or that person so that everybody else benefits by having these resources as close to release as we can get them out.
So I have two answers to this. The first is the information comes so quickly. The speed at which Slack just goes for this kind of thing is like faster than Twitter. It's crazy, and you have to keep up if you're going to keep on top of what's happening. So that was like the first thing, is that it's just, and that the 6 months you think doesn't sound like a lot of time until you start to get in it, and then you're like, oh crap, it's really happening fast. The other thing is I have this Pollyanna-ness to me, and so I always assume that people are going to be excited about new and exciting things, and that this release squad would be met with such like passion and excitement, and that people would really be behind us. And that did happen, but the opposite happened too. And so we did come under attack, some of us individually, some of us as a whole, and being part of the marketing team, navigating some of that was very eye-opening.
Absolutely. Something that you said, Courtney, is going to lead us beautifully into our next question. So you had mentioned that it's hard to get the confidence needed to go and ask questions of like the Jorbans of WordPress, or for what it's worth, the me's of WordPress. Like, it's just, I get it. And so not getting that confidence can make it really hard to keep things moving in open source, especially because like WordPress especially, but open source in general is kind of a shoulder-to-shoulder group. Like, we want to learn together by trying and doing. So what did you have to learn as far as like how to screw together your courage and get in there anyway, even though it was scary? Like, what did you learn about yourself and keeping open source moving and your part in that? And that's for everyone too, but you made me think of it, so you get to start.
First, there is a developer that was going to be an organizer for today, and he's homesick. I had spent some time working for the events calendar, and Gustavo is one of the organizers for this event, but unfortunately wasn't able to be here today. He's not feeling well. Having a couple of developer friends in my life that I can go to and talk to about the struggles, the thoughts that I was having. And so I had been doing technical document writing for the events calendar, a lot of the knowledge base I managed. Even there, I felt intimidated for a while as a woman in tech, coming from a teaching background, understanding the learning challenges people are going to have with what's shipping. And I was confronted with this, how satisfied was I with my job at the time? And it was a big wake-up call. I wasn't. And at that time, I wasn't contributing much. I have young children, and they were babies then. So I took some time off to do that. And in the process of getting to talk with other developers and be able to say, like, our customers are suffering because of this. Now, in WordPress, it's not customers directly. It's our users need this. Our people that are developing with WordPress need this. And so it's kind of like the beginning of when you're a new teacher and you're learning classroom management and you're learning how to deal with high school students only 4 years younger than you. Somewhere in that process, you just sort of kick it in, and you know who to talk to and who to go to, and you know that it matters enough that if you have your own personal stuff going on, but the other people that benefit from what you do are worth it, well, then you find a way to sort of meet that and work through some of that. And having people to go to about that really made a difference.
I definitely feel the same way. I was super thankful to have been a part of the release, and I believe Josefa, we had like a kind of a Zoom party with everyone. I remember that. And it was really cool. It was really motivating because I was still on the fence. I didn't really know if I could do a good job, and if I'd just get freaked out and just kind of feel out of place. But I remember, I think it was you, Josefa. You were like, hey, if anyone comes with you with any problems, come to me. So, and so that was really, really helpful. And that's really what people really need to do. Especially when someone's trying to get involved who doesn't look like everyone else. Like there's a lot of intimidation, a lot of anxiety. You saying that, hey, I got your back. Just, let me know if anything happens. I got your support. So that really instilled a lot of confidence in me. Also, Francesca Morano, she mentored me as a release coordinator. So I had a lot of weekly chats in the beginning with her. She's amazing, and she really made sure that I was kind of on my game and knew everything I needed to know. And it was just overall helpful. Like Sergey DM'd me, making sure that I was doing good. Jake Spurlock, and so it's just that kind of thing. Like, you may not talk to that person often, but like just saying like, hey, I'm here to support you. That just goes a really long way. And because all of those people took the time to do that, once or twice, like it really made my experience really, really memorable. And I learned a lot, and I didn't feel intimidated running these meetings and, telling people what to do. So yeah, it's all about having that support and hearing from people that they have your back, for sure.
I have never lacked confidence, so I didn't have any confidence issues. But for me, it was the time management issue. And so if I was intimidated by anything, it was my own inability to manage my time efficiently. And then the guilt that comes in when you feel like you're not contributing to your team enough.
I heard a wow. Did anyone was there an additional, or was it a wow out there? It was an out there wow. Okay. If you have a thought or question, we're going to have Q&A time. So don't lose it. Don't lose your wow. I lost my wow. Oh no. Oh yes. Haha. Okay. If we have time at the super end, because I want to hear mostly y'all's perspective, but I will tell you about my first experience of running a release in WordPress. It was 5.0. If we have time at the end, I will tell you about the horrifying experience that was and why it was really important to me to, from that moment, from my experience until when we did this in 2020, to fix all the systemic issues that we had in WordPress that made it so hard and so scary for me, so that y'all had a little bit better time of all of that. But, so, you said a thing. It's like they knew what I wanted to ask. You said a thing that I would like to dig into a bit more. So you had mentioned, like, it's hard to feel like you are letting members of your team down. And I know that we've talked over the years, all of us, how hard it is to like measure your contributions when you can't tell how everybody else's contributions fit. Like, I have 40 hours a week to give to WordPress, but not everybody does. And so people who are not contributing at my level should never feel embarrassed to compare themselves to my level, because like, bleh. Like, no one is doing 40 hours a week of just this, but we don't always know that. And so my big question here is that release had a good mix of types of contributors, like self-sponsored or sponsored by a company, 40 hours or 4 hours. And so I want y'all to take a second to think about how you identified as a contributor in that moment. Like, in that moment, if a contributor like you were to come up today after this and say, like, what advice do you wish you had been given before you got started? A little different from what did you wish you'd done? Like, what would that advice have been? And you can tell us, like, I was self-sponsored. I was willing to give 5 hours if that's helpful. So,
I was self-sponsored. I did work for Give WP at the time, and they were great about my flex schedule and things like that. But I think if I had to go back and say, I wish somebody had said to me, do this, it would be for me to be more communicative with what was happening in my personal life at the time, so that if I knew this week I could only give 2 hours, I was not feeling guilty about it and trying to do more than I actually could, and communicating with my team to say, this is all I can give this week. I can do more next week, and have that give and play. And I think, I can only speak for myself, but I think as women, we tend to not want to nobody wants to let people down, but as women, we take on guilt for a lot of that kind of thing. And nobody should leave a release squad feeling guilty about having given what they could give. But I think that if somebody had said to me at the beginning, all you need to do is be open about your availability and what you can do, the team will work with you about those things. And so on those weeks when I could only give 2 hours and I could try to write tweets and read over documentation or read over the things that we were going to be putting in blogs, and if I knew then what I know now, I would say, just be open, be honest, and don't kill yourself about it, because this is a team for a reason. There are people who can pick up the slack, and next week or next month, you'll pick up the slack. That's what team's about. But not kind of having that right mindset and that growing up woman, take it on, do it all, suck it up, and just feel guilty about what you can't do. That needs to go, and you need to leave that at the door, because you are contributing, whether it's an hour a week or 40 hours a week, and it's all valuable and it's all valid.
At that time, I was self-sponsored, so I was teaching in a boot camp, and I was able to do a little bit that overlapped, right? So if I was going to be teaching my students about a new feature or something, I would make double purpose with that time. I would make the stuff for the training team and double dip and use it then with my students, and that made perfect sense. And the thing, though, that if I could do, one, advocate for my time allocated, asking my then employers, who one came from Drupal and so understands the value of open source already. I didn't even ask. I was technically a contractor, and so I don't know, maybe they would have, so where I could make it align for double purpose, I would. Communicating the value as it relates to my work, I think would also go a little further. But again, at that point, I kind of lacked the confidence to even do that or to show up in core. Like, it wasn't until I was lurking in core during this release. But I didn't even have the courage yet to be able to say, I, as training team rep, would like to be there. That didn't happen until I kind of got over me and some of my insecurities. And I just started showing up, and nobody was needing to invite me. I just started asking the questions, and no one was beating me away for doing so, right? And that's the change that happened.
For me, so the company Yikes I was working for at the time paid for my WordPress contribution, like allocated hours, which was awesome. And so what I wish I would have known before I started is definitely related to what's already been said. Knowing your worth and knowing how much time you have and not comparing yourself to everyone else who is contributing and doing it all day, and you see all these commits in the Slack channel, you're like, I'm not doing anything, but they're paid to do that, so remember. And so, especially with me being really into contributing the core and writing patches, I did find myself getting really frustrated in the beginning, just out of lack of experience. There was one instance where I wrote a patch and then someone else wrote a patch and they took their patch and I didn't really quite understand what was going on. But things like that happen because there are people who kind of run, who are in charge and review patches and have commit access. And so sometimes it'll be so slow and no one responds to your patch and no one responds to your solution. And sometimes they will literally have this whole conversation over the next hour and then have this patch and merge it. And so it can go so fast sometimes, it can go really slow sometimes. And that's just the nature of open source, because we're all, doing it on our time. Some people have more time than others. So I really had to kind of learn that, experience that, and get over that kind of initial frustration of sometimes not having my patch accepted, and that's okay. But I did learn the value of communication and just, commenting on the track tickets and having open dialogue and realizing also that my opinion matters, because I am writing a patch and this is what I think the solution is, and this is my opinion. And originally I was really intimidated by the back and forth of everyone who has so much more experience than me coming up with a solution. But then I was like, you know what, my voice matters too. So here's what I think too. So just remember that your opinion matters when you're responding to, looking to a GitHub issue or on the core track. And if you have something that you want to say about what the solution is for this problem, then you have every right to say that.
Wonderful. I've got one final question for you all. And so that means that if y'all have some questions, now is the time to join the microphone lines. And if you don't want to join the microphone line, you can raise your hand and either someone will bring you a microphone or I will repeat your question if you're loud enough. Before I get to the final question, I do want to just clarify for everybody that this was a diversity initiative for WordPress. That was intentional, it was active. But it was the end of 2 or 3 years worth of work to make sure that WordPress could sustain that, and that when we were asking women and non-binary folks to come into this process with us, it was better and easier than it had been for other people. And so I realize we did almost no talking about DEI, but that's also intentional. I love to see people that we don't normally see on stage speaking as subject matter experts about the thing. And so that's what I have, is a panel of subject matter experts. But I did also want to just, for anyone who's here because they were like, DEI work is the best, we agree. But we didn't talk about it specifically because I really feel like it's a missed opportunity to have underrepresented voices only showing up to talk about what it's like to be underrepresented. I feel like it's excessive focus on what makes you different as opposed to what makes you a unique and valuable voice. And so just wanted to give that full piece of context to everybody in case you were wondering. Now the final question for our panel, and then your questions, hopefully. Would you do it again?
Absolutely, yes.
I have every release since, and I don't plan on stopping.
That's awesome. Yes, I would. Absolutely.
Hooray. We win. All right. We have, I think, 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Yes, we have one here in the... We're running mics around. Nope, running bodies around.
Any future plans, either for another one exactly like this or any other sort of deliberately constructed team?
In general, yes, I would always be happy to do it. In the moment, people asked me that frequently. After they finished asking me if this was like me trying to say that men didn't matter, they then would be like, are you going to do one every year? And on the one hand, sure, I think it would be great if we could do one every year. But also, I never wanted to get to a point where it was like, well, here's this gimmicky one release a year where they're trying to prove that women exist. Like, we do exist, and we should just be allowed to do contributions all year long. I got real preachy, and I'll bring my voice back down. But also, I mean it. Voice back up. So yes, I would do it again if people were interested and willing to do it with me. But specifically, I do think the most important part of this particular release is that we
brought you along in buddy systems. We supported you through it and then encouraged as many people to come back as possible and as we're willing and able. And I think that that's the most important part of doing a release like this. I know that was not literally a question for me, but I think it kind of was. Do you all have an answer?
We already said we'd do it, so.
Stamp of approval. Next question.
Oh, okay. So, as the mother of one of the youngest members of your release team,
Amen.
What is your advice to other young women, young non-binary people, or even just young people in general who want to get involved in contribution?
Who's the youngest in our panel?
I'm not the youngest, but I'm going to say I can't wait till kids camps come back online.
Oh gosh, yeah.
I'm definitely not the youngest on this board. So we have a program in WordPress called Kids Camp, and our main organizer or point of contact, how do I refer to Sandy's title, is Sandy, and you can find her at the GoDaddy booth outside of this. So we're still in a holding pattern for that. So I know that the DeRosia kids have been at a lot of WordCamps. So keep doing that, and then help connect them to people that would be open to mentoring. Now, some of that looks like, parent of young ones. There's a certain time at which the age would be appropriate for that type of thing. And so there are opportunities to sort of watch along. What I did with my high school students, I had high school students watching the core release party when Josephine shipped. I told them the rules, like, this is radio silence, the same as what's expected. But I introduced, we're going to go get the beta files and we're going to test them at these points and see what this feature does and what that feature does. And I had another group of students that were adults a little bit later. And so the testing, the calls for testing that go on, make.wordpress.org/test. You'll see calls for testing in there that are step-by-step directions. One of the best things that kids could do is like try and follow these directions and record what's happening on your screen. And if things break, let's know about it. I don't want to say it's great that things break, but it's great when we get feedback.
I was going to say it's a little great. Like if you can get it to break before we get it to the world, that's good, actually.
Right.
Don't break our stuff before it gets to the world, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my quick question is, yay, all of this. So there's lots of people here, some of which have probably contributed before, some of which probably have never contributed, and some of them are going, how do I do this? So if folks are out here going, how do I do this? What do you tell them?
I'm going to check for context here. Are you asking like, what's the website? Or are you asking like, what is philosophically and emotionally what you have to prepare yourself for?
What's the website? How do I sign up? How do I jump on board?
Who wants to take that one? Anybody can. You all know it.
Start at wordpress.org.
Make.wordpress.org.
Make.wordpress.org is going to be where you're going to start. That's where all of the teams are. You can read the descriptions. You can see what those teams are responsible for. If you're not a coder, don't worry. There's plenty to do. You can transcribe WordPress TV. Today's, I assume, is going to go on WordPress.tv, all of the things that are happening at WordCamp Montclair. Somebody's got to transcribe those so that it's an accessible camp. That's one thing that you can do. You can be on the marketing team. You can be on the polyglots team. I can't even think of all of them, but there are so many ways to be involved.
Documentation. Training. Yeah.
There are 3 of us in the room right now, at least, to come talk to you about training.
And if core is your thing, but the big core room is terrifying, which I totally understand, we have a bunch of little core rooms that are specific about features, and you can just go to that core room and be like, hello, it's 30,000 people in there. I can't talk in there, but there are only 10,000 in here. I'll talk here. That's also good.
And if you don't want to get involved in a core, there's just so many ways you can be involved in the open source project. Just this last year, we opened up the photo gallery. You can submit photos to the photo gallery. Guess what? You get a badge on WordPress.org just for submitting photos. We have a team. Several of us are here this weekend who are on the photo team who will approve those, or not, into the photo gallery. And we have badges for doing that. And so, I mean, I like the gamification. I like my badges. I think it's super cool. But there's so many ways to be involved before you even think about stepping into core if you want to. But if you don't, there's so much in the open source project that you can be involved in.
You do actually get dumped directly into core when you first sign up for a thing that we have not mentioned at all, which is the community Slack instance. You can get an invitation at chat.wordpress.org. When we're referring to like the release party and the rooms for working, like that's what we're talking about. We don't all just like go live on Antarctica together or something. They're not physical rooms.
That'd be cool though.
Josepha, the training team has some of these resources on Learn. I will tweet them out later on the Montclair, WC Montclair hashtag about how to set up your account, how to join Slack, all of those good things. And if you are not using Twitter and you can't find that, see me today. I'll also be at the after party.
After camp email. It'll go out to everybody.
It'll be in the after camp email. Yes. You have no excuses. Any other questions? Burning questions? Yeah. She's going to run.
I guess it's less a question and more a comment, which is I was also on the release team. This is only my second, this is my second WordCamp, and I've heard one of the smaller ones. And I feel like part of the purpose of this release, the 5.6 release, was to engage more women and people of diversity in our community. And just being in this audience, I see a ton of us as part of the release.
5.6 folks? Oh, look at them all over there. I love you.
I mean, out of 56 women, that's actually a fair amount of people. So I say, good job, everyone. Yay.
Excellent note. Excellent note. How much time do we have? I tell the story now? Okay. I'm going to tell you all the story of why we had to do this. And by we, I mean why I decided I had to do this for WordPress. So I came to WordPress in 2009, 2010 through the community side of things, which is very comfortable for me. Like bringing people together makes sense. And so when I first learned that I was going to run a release, I was going to be the first-ish ever release coordinator for 5.0, which was one of the most dramatic, like guaranteed dramatic releases that we were going to have had for the last 10 years at that point. I was so nervous. I had been watching the core channel for years and keeping up to date with everything for years and just had all of these same thoughts of like, I can't do this. And look at all of these important people, these smart people. I don't know how to code. Why does anyone listen to me about anything? Like all of that was going through my mind. And so I was told, like, you're going to be the release coordinator for 5.0, which is the one where we merged the new block editor. And my first ever core chat that I ran, I'm getting short of breath thinking about it. I had Jeff Paul, who had been running the core team for years. I had him in my DMs, and he was like, I'm here for you. You can do this. Get in there and, you know, run a meeting and bring people together and help them learn and grow and whatever. Do your thing, girl. And I was like, ah. And so I got in there and ran my first ever core chat and was having just this constant side chat with Jeff. Like, is this the worst thing? Should they stop? Should I make them quit talking about everything? Should they move on? Like, what do I do? Because I just didn't know the etiquette. And at the end of that first meeting, when we went to open floor, I felt like I had really done a good job. And I just opened it up like, hey, everybody, what thoughts do you have? What questions do you have for me? Because I'm going to be helping to run this release. And I had like 5 or 6 men, because that's mostly what's in there, really call me out and question why I was doing it and what authority anyone had to be advocating for this merge and what the timeline was, and just like badgering me with questions that I didn't know the answer to. I had just arrived on the scene as far as anybody knew. And in that moment, because I always feel like
the only way to fail forward is for someone to be like, you're failing, come with me. I just announced to all of them, like, this is incredibly scary for me, and you're not making it easier. Like, there are 1,000 of you, and it's just me, and I'm learning how to do this. And I need you to, like, tone it down. And they apologized-ish, and also did tone it down-ish. But I had to just, like, go and find the most prolific release leads we had ever had on some of our most contentious releases we'd ever had, and be like, how do you run a release? What are the questions I should ask? Is there code back there, or is it just monkeys? Like, I had to ask I had to go find people to just learn how to do anything about a release, and no one was showing up to be like, I got you. They showed up and they're like, I got you, and then went to a different room to do it. And I was like, but I need to know. Like, I need to know how this goes. We came out just fine. That release went off just fine. But in the wake of it, that is the thing that really stuck out for me and my experience. Everyone else was having these experiences of, like, we got in there and we did the greatest work and the worst work and the hardest, and we're the best. And I was like, I got in there and you scared me to death, and then I still did it, and then it was still scary, and then I still don't quite know what we're doing. And after that, I was talking to Jeff Paul. I was like, I'm really glad that you were there with me and for me through that, because I would not have stuck with it had it not been for him. And he was like, let's figure out how we can fix some of those things to make it better. And so we did a bunch of documentation sprints on what I had learned from all of those release leads. And that was just the kind of the start of that. And at that point is when I started doing the work to prepare an inclusive space in WordPress, so that in 2020, when it was time to do this, which I was terrified of, we had a reasonably welcome space for people to come and join, because, like, I don't ever want anyone to show up to WordPress, no matter who is paying you or not paying you, no matter whether you code or you don't code, any of those things. I never want any of you to show up to contribute to WordPress and be like, you're scary, I'm done. Because, like, I could have. And I just have never known when to back down from a fight worth having. Like, I'm not as courageous as you are, but also, like, I'm filled with fire and driven by impact. And so I was like, I'm gonna fix this today. And then I did. Not today, obviously, 2 years later. But yeah, so that's the story of Josepha's first ever leading a core release and deciding no one should ever have to do that again. And with that, I believe that is the end of this. Before you all head out, I do want to reiterate that as much as we had all of these stories about how scary it was and how fulfilling, I think, at the end, I think that you all of our 5.6 contributors out there, and all of our 5.6 contributors wherever my camera is, I don't know where it is, wherever you are at home, you all did amazing work to move WordPress forward. Not only WordPress the CMS, because that was a great release, but also WordPress the community and WordPress the people who show up for each other and with each other. The documentation that you all added to my documentation just blew all of what I had done out of the water, because I also had things that I kind of knew and kind of didn't know, didn't think to document. Every single person who showed up for that release showed either ways to move it forward or ways that we could have done it better, because when we know better, we do better. And if you're gonna fail, might as well try something new next time. Fail better next time, do it again, you know? And so I want to give a big public thank you to all of the not only women and non-binary folks who showed up for 5.6, but also all of our really, really supportive and constant mentors who showed up and helped us to know, like, you do belong here. And so thank you, everyone, for that, making WordPress better. And again, Josepha, Michelle, Courtney, Ebony, thank you so much for your time today. We'll see you around in the hallway track.
Hello, mic check. Oh, there we go. Hello, everyone. We are honored to have Michelle back again with her talk about accessibility more than just disability accommodation. Just a reminder, want to have all cell phones turned off. Also, please keep your mask on while indoors. As well, if you had any more questions for Michelle after the panel, you can find her at the Happiness Lounge. And also there's an after party to celebrate us coming back to WordCamp in person. So without further ado, here is Michelle.
It's so good to be here. It's so good to be presenting in person again after all these years. I'm super excited, super honored to be selected to speak here today, and I want to thank you for joining me. I didn't do one of those slides that tells you all about me, but I will give you just the quick and dirty down low is that I am the Director of Community Engagement for Stellar WP. At Stellar, we have a host of suite of plugins, everything from GiveWP to Cadence to Restrict Content Pro, the events calendar, all of those wonderful things. And I'm also the Director of Community Relations for Post Status. And I do a lot of writing and event coordination for Post Status. And I love Big Orange Heart. I'm the president of the board over at Big Orange Heart. One of the projects that I also run is called Underrepresented in Tech. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit when I'm talking through this presentation today. And if you are ever looking for a job in WordPress, I do have a site called wpcareerpages.com. And that's just a gift to the WordPress world. During lockdown, I had to take some vacation. I didn't know what to do with it, so I built wpcareerpages.com. And most Wednesdays, I tweet out job openings that I learn about. So if you are looking for any of those things, I do try to give back to the community as much as possible. So today I want to talk about accessibility, but not web accessibility. I don't want to talk about how to make your screen readers work. I don't want to talk about, contrasting colors. I did my slides in black and white because I want them to be as accessible as possible. But that's not what we're really here to talk about today. We're here to talk about the table, and that the table is bigger than you think it is. Web accessibility is super important. I don't want to not talk about that. I do want to say how important that is. Screen readers are important. People with motor skill issues, paying attention to neurodivergence, people with hearing impairment, all of the things that we need to really pay attention to for accessibility, ally, as we call it. You really do want to pay attention to those things. Color, navigation. I think I put screen readers on there twice because it's that important, and it was this morning and I wasn't paying attention. But web accessibility is super important. But like I said, we're not talking about that today. Today we are talking about what inclusion in WordPress means for underrepresented groups and why that's important. So one of the things I mentioned is I co-founded a project. It's not an organization. It isn't a 501c3. It's literally just, like I say, it's a gift to the WordPress community. It's a project called Underrepresented in Tech, and it is at underrepresentedintech.com. It's all about creating opportunities and helping people find connections for underrepresented folks in the WordPress community to other organizations and projects. It is completely opt-in. We do not charge a fee to join our database. If you are an underrepresented person, if you are older than most people in tech, if you are a woman, if you are a part of the LGBTQ community, if you're neurodivergent, if you are handicapped, disabled, whatever words you want to use for yourself, I use both of those for myself. If you are part of an ethnic minority, you are somebody who is entitled to be in the underrepresented in tech database. It is always free to join. We have guaranteed to each other, Allie Nimmons and I, who founded it with me, that we will never charge people to be part of that database. We will also never charge people to search that database. And we got questions about that at the beginning. Well, I understand not charging people to be in the database, but why wouldn't you at least charge the white people to search the database? And the truth is that as soon as you start to charge access to underrepresented folks and minorities, you're still taxing the underrepresented folks and minorities because not everybody's going to pay for that access. And that still disadvantages people in our community. So it will always be free to search the database as well. One of the things that our project does is help fight that imposter syndrome. Tells people you belong here. We've got a database that's just for you, and there are people who are searching that database and finding people to be on their podcasts, to contribute to their projects, to contribute to their blogs, and to find part-time and full-time work, to be speakers at events, and to be organizers for events. That database is there for people not to be outed, so nobody can enter other people into it, but so that you can be part of it if you choose to opt in. And like I said, it is not a 501c3. Any contributions we get, which are usually in-kind contributions, so we do have some sponsorships, we do have use of certain plugins and hosting that has been gifted to move the project forward. It is not a revenue generator for us. There is a tip jar, and we don't ever ask anybody to give it, but the only reason that it's there is because people begged us to put it there. So over the course of 2 years, I think we've been gifted about $1,000. If you were to take $1,000 and divide it over the two of us and the number of hours that we put into underrepresented in tech, it's about 25 cents an hour that we've earned. So if you want to call that revenue, you can. But the reason we founded it is because I, as somebody in the community who advocates for others, and Allie, somebody in the community who advocates for others, we're constantly being direct messaged in so many different arenas, whether it was text or Slack or Twitter or Facebook, asking, hey, do you know somebody who's in the Black community? Do you know somebody who's underrepresented? Do you know somebody who's Hispanic? Like literally, specifically questions like that. Who could be on my podcast? Who might want to join our group? And the thing is, it's not our responsibility to offer up specific names of people who may or may not be interested in having their names offered up. Originally, we were going to start a spreadsheet and just like keep a list of people that we could recommend. And then that even felt invasive. And the whole idea is that if you are an underrepresented person and you want to be found, this is a good way to do it, and it puts it in your own hands to do it. So that's kind of how I got started in working as, well, I am an underrepresented person, but also with other underrepresented people to make WordPress more accessible to everybody. Not only do we have the website, but we also have a podcast. We post about once a week. We do take a break now and then. And we talk about some of the hard-hitting questions, and we're not afraid to pull punches. And it's just an open conversation between the two of us, sometimes a guest, about the things that we see from everything from racism, performative allyship, and misogyny, and everything else that we encounter, ableism, sexism, all of those things. And so we talk about those things in an open way with each other. But the reason is because we want WordPress and the WordPress community to be more inclusive. We want people to be in the seats they want to be in as we move forward with WordPress, and not to feel like they can't climb above a certain rank or find a certain position that they want to be in the community. Whether that's a paid position, whether it's a voluntary position, whatever it is, we want to make it more accessible to everybody. Let's start with events. We'll talk about events. There have been so many white people speaking at events over the history of, let's say, WordCamps, for example. There have been so many white people organizing WordCamps. And part of that is because it starts with a couple people who say, hey, we're friends. We live in the same city. Let's start a WordCamp, and we'll invite our friends. And so you have this little homogenous group of people that start to do something really good. Is it bad that a bunch of friends decide they're going to do something awesome like that? Of course not. But we could make it even better if we do some things to make it more inclusive and make it more inviting and appealing and welcoming. One of those things is, how are you inviting people? If you put out a call for speakers, for example, that's awesome. But are you doing more than just making a speaker application page available? A few years ago, might have even been 4 or 5 years ago at this point, I have pandemic brain now, and time is this like fake construct anymore. I don't know how long ago anything happened. I know my daughter's 30, and it was since then. But there was a conference in Europe, and I don't even remember what it was, so if you ask me, I won't recall. But it came under scrutiny because they put out their call for speakers, and then they put out their list of chosen speakers. And there was 10 speakers throughout that day, 9 of them white males, and 1 of them an Asian male. And that was it. Not a single woman was invited to be a speaker. They got called out for it publicly. And initially, they pushed back saying, well, we put out the call. If women don't apply, that's not our fault. It's out there. Anybody can apply. And yeah, that's true, right? Anybody can apply. But are you making that application process an inviting application process? If I go to your event and I look at the last 5 years of speakers and I see only white men, do I think it's a safe space for a woman to apply to speak? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But you haven't shown me that it is. So how are you inviting people? What are the images you're putting out there? Are you actually doing outreach? Are you going to something like underrepresentedintech.com? Are you going to something like Black Girls Code? Are you going to something like Women in Code? Are you looking at spaces where you can do outreach specifically to invite people from underrepresented groups to be part of that event? If you are not, you're not doing it right, because you have to do the work if you want an inclusive event. That event took a little bit of heat. They then invited a woman to be one of those speakers. Wow. Guess what? She didn't want to do it because she didn't want to be tokenized. They asked another woman. She didn't want to do it because she didn't want to be tokenized. The men who were listed started to withdraw from that, saying, I don't want to be on a panel that's taking this much heat. And the event was canceled. And that's just one example of what happens when we don't seek to have inclusion in our events. What does your call for speaker look like? What is your call for sponsors and organizers and volunteers? Are you asking people to join? I'm part of Big Orange Heart. We have twice a year for the last 2 years done WordFest. At WordFest, we don't just put out a call for speakers and hope that people will apply. We go out and ask people to apply. We never guarantee a spot because I might ask you to apply, you might apply, and I hate your topic. Or it doesn't fit with WordFest, or we do a blind ranking first and it may come out with like the bare bottom. So I can't guarantee a spot, but we definitely want to get all kinds of people applying with all kinds of topics. And so it's important to us to make sure that we are actually recruiting and doing the research to make our events accessible. I said it wasn't going to be about physical accessibility or disability accessibility, but I do have to say, take a step back on that a little bit. You might have seen me around here with my scooter. I don't walk very well. So I have to make sure that when I'm at an event, I can actually get to the event. Things like curb cuts to be able to make sure that I can get up onto the sidewalks. Things like elevators, if things are on the second floor, those are super important for somebody. If you want me to come speak, I have to actually be able to get on the stage. If I had to come down the aisle, walk up the stairs, that would be a hardship for me. Luckily for me, I could just roll in off the back, come in from backstage, and they made sure that I had an accessible space to be able to participate. This is a school. It should be accessible. However, I have to ask somebody to help me get in and outside from the outdoors because the doors don't open with a push, right? They're not electronic. The bathroom has a handicapped accessible symbol on it, but I can't open the door and drive through it. Once I'm in there, I'm great. but it still isn't as accessible as it should be. And that's a hardship. Like if I have to go find a friend to let me in the bathroom, that's not an accessible situation. So while this has been a great event, and I have amazing friends here, and I would ask a stranger because I'm not embarrassed to do that, not everybody in my situation would feel as comfortable being in my shoes. So think about those things when you have events. We had WordCamp St. Louis in 2019. That was the last one we've had in person so far. I was on the org team, and I said, are the rooms near enough to each other that somebody who walks with a cane, because that's where I was at that time, this was before scooters, before my scooter, could get from room to room without it being a hardship for them? And I was assured that it was, because the year prior in Nashville, it was a nightmare. The place where I was situated as a sponsor versus where lunch was probably a half-mile walk. That's how big the event was. The first day, I walked down there, and I was almost in tears because I knew I had to walk back. I couldn't just live in the lunchroom. And for somebody using a mobility-assisted aid like a cane, that was incredibly difficult. So the next year I said, are you sure everything's close by? Luckily, I did have a scooter because even though I was assured everything was near to each other, it wasn't. And if I had been using a cane, I would have gone back to the hotel and said, I'll see you guys next year. Because it would have been that difficult. Ask somebody who's in this situation. Don't assume because you have two legs that work well that that's not far. Because somebody who is on oxygen, somebody who's using a walker, somebody who's using a cane has a different idea of what's too far than you do. So make sure that your events are not only inviting to the underrepresented community, but also accessible once they arrive. One of the things that I think companies don't think about enough is that if you have a more diverse and underrepresented community within your company, you develop better products for the community. Products who are reviewed by different user groups, different underrepresented groups, are better for it. In the 50s, all of the advertising and marketing was done by men. Vacuum cleaners were sold as sexy, right? There was pictures, like every advertisement was this really happy woman in a pointy bra, a full skirt, a little apron, her pearls, pushing her Hoover. And men were like, oh, look how much she's gonna love that. I'm gonna give that to her for her birthday. That sucked. Don't do that. See, the truth is that men didn't ask women what they wanted. Men didn't ask women those kinds of things. Didn't say, what would make a woman want to buy this vacuum cleaner? Because it wasn't pushing it around in high heels. I got that much to tell you. It was when my kid spills cereal, is this going to pick it up? And so having people look at those products from different perspectives makes a big difference. Within the last year, there was a post in a Facebook group, and a woman said to the plugin developer, hey, and she tried to use humor because we women often have to use humor to be taken seriously, otherwise we're called a bitch or anything else. She said, hey, I noticed that it says super admin, he will be or he will have control. They were not primarily English speakers who developed this, so they made a mistake. And they said, oh my gosh, I can't believe we did that. Absolutely, we can fix that. But men in the group, one in particular, just came after. Said, if you change that, I will never use this product again. If it's so offensive to you, pluck your eyes out. And that's the kind of thing that says, clearly, there's an issue here. If they had said, hey, English speakers, could somebody review this documentation? Anybody, male or female, would have said, or non-binary, would have said, why does it say he? Like, there are women who are super admins. There are non-binary folks that are super admins. Why does it have to be gendered at all? But it wasn't reviewed that way. They responded perfectly well, and they made the adjustment. But it just goes to show that if you're not asking multiple groups of people to review what it is that you're offering, you're missing the opportunity for a more inclusive product, whether that's documentation, whether that's how the product is used, what the dashboard side of things looks like, what's intuitive to a couple of white male developers might not be intuitive to the rest of us. And so having more inclusion on your team gives you better opportunity to review those things. Does it work for everyone? Are you marketing it right? This really does affect your sales. And if it doesn't affect your initial sales, it's going to affect your renewals, and it's going to affect your ratings. And those affect sales. It gives you better projects. So if you are a podcaster and somebody looks at your list of people that you've interviewed and had as guests on your podcast, and they see a bunch of white guys, are they going to say, hey, I want to be on your podcast? Or are they going to feel left out of that? Now, there are some women like me who'll be like, yo, you need more diversity. Want me to come on? Not everybody is as ballsy as I am. Can I say that in here? I don't know. But not everybody is as forthcoming and as confident as I am. And that's true for men and women. And so in order for you to have more diversity on your podcast, on your blog, in your workshops, on your webinars, you have to seek it. You have to look for patterns in your own past, and you have to make it easy for somebody to be able to be a part of what it is you do. I have a podcast. I have a page that says, hey, I want to be on your podcast. People can fill it out. It doesn't automatically schedule them because I don't want the bots coming for me on my schedule. But then I can review who it is. I can respond accordingly, give them that calendar, and let them apply. I don't just leave it open for that, though. I ask people to be on the podcast. I go out and make sure that I have just as many women as I do men, that I have people of color, that I have non-binary folks, that I have people in the LGBTQ community, because I think it's important in a podcast that is telling the stories of people in WordPress, that I'm telling the stories of all the people in WordPress that want to be told, and that it's an inclusive environment, so that if somebody looks at my podcast, they don't say, she only interviews the white guys, she only wants the people at the top, because that's not how it is. I think stories are important. It's part of our rich history, and it's part of how we move forward. Again, do your outreach. It will make a better team. If you have more people on the team, how are you recruiting for people at your place of employment? Are you recruiting, or are you just hoping that you'll get some diversity by some miracle? And I use diversity and inclusion interchangeably sometimes, but the truth is, inclusion is different than diversity. Diversity can be, I hired people because of their gender, because of their skin color, because of their sexual orientation. And that's the only reason. Inclusion means I hired somebody because the work they did is amazing, they're good for that job, and they are underrepresented. So I'm getting that richness, but I'm not doing it through tokenization. I'm doing it because I'm getting really good people on my team and making my team better because of it. What does your application look like on your website? Do you have pictures of your team and everybody in your team is a white face? Everybody on your team is a male, and you're trying to recruit otherwise? Ditch the pictures. Show what you really want. Say it in as much. Say, we want to grow the diversity and inclusion on our team. We want you to apply. I had somebody, I do a lot of inclusion consulting now for hiring through underrepresented in tech. And I had somebody say, can you look at our application page? We're not getting any women applying. I don't know why. And so as I read down, prior to the spot, like there's this much text before you even get to the part of like actually applying for the job. Now that's great, because some of it is job description, what am I applying for? But when you got through that first part, this sentence appeared. If you think you might be a good fit. Now, most people, and I'm going to say most men, aren't going to even see a problem with that, because yeah, I'm a good fit. Why wouldn't I be, right? But somebody who's in an underrepresented group, somebody who's a woman, might look at that and those self-doubts that they already have that imposter syndrome that's already part of their psyche says, if I think I might, I'm probably not. And you just missed out, or potentially missed out, on an amazing team member. All you have to do at the bottom of that is say, please apply below. Like, basically, if you've made it this far, you've already made up your mind if you think you might be good. Don't plant the seeds of doubt. Always err on the side of hundreds of applications that you can winnow down to the ones that you really want to interview, as opposed to letting people self-select out who actually might have been a really good fit for you. So are you using inclusive language? Are you using language that encourages? Are you discouraging people? And make it easy to apply. You know, how do you do the interview? How do you do emails? What is the language that you're using in all of those things? And then we reviewed somebody else who asked for a photo and a date of birth. And I said, if you're not getting a lot of women applying, it's because you just asked for a photo and a date of birth. If you need those things once you hire somebody, that's when you ask for them. You should never ask for a picture of somebody. You should never ask their ethnicity. You should never ask their date of birth. You should never ask their weight, for sure. But you should never ask those things as part of the application, because those things don't have an impact on how they do their job and what their skill sets are, what their qualifications are. If you need a date of birth to process payroll, absolutely. Ask for it then at the time that you're hiring them. If you need a headshot for your website, great. Ask for it at the time that you hire them. Don't ask for it in your application process. There is something called Equal Pay Day here in the United States. And I can't see with my glasses on my computer screen. But Equal Pay Day is the day of the year that a woman has to work into the next year to have the equal pay to what a man made in the same job the year before. So for example, if a guy makes $50,000 in 1 year, it might take a woman to March 31st, to make $50,000 in the same exact role. Equal Pay Day is a thing we've known about. It's tweeted about every year. But what you don't know is that it even gets worse when you apply underrepresentation to some of those things. An Asian or Pacific Islander, it's February. A black woman, it's August, to make the same amount of money that her male counterpart did the year before. Native American woman, it's October. And a Latina woman, it's November, which means a Latina woman usually has to work almost 2 years to make the same amount of money that a man does in the same role. So if you're truly looking for inclusion, look at how much you're paying people and pay them for the job they do, not because of their gender or their skin color. So I have a secret. The secret is there really is no table. We talk about making room at the table. The table is figurative. When I was growing up, we had a big family. There were only 3 of us kids, but my dad was one of 11. And when we all got together for Thanksgiving, there was like tables stretched out across, and then there was the kids' tables, and then there was the other kids' table, and like we were literally all over the house. And there was only so much room at the table, and we had to try to squeeze chairs in, right? When we're talking about making room at the table for people who are underrepresented, just make the table bigger. Like, there is no table. It's a figurative table. It's a metaphor. You don't have to try to make room. You can just make the table bigger. You don't even have to actually go to a wood shop to do it, because there's no real table. Just make a space that makes it more inclusive for people. You can always make more room. Yes, I know that there are budgetary concerns. I know that there are things that make it difficult to just add more people. But if you're hiring, make sure that that table accommodates inclusiveness. Because there's no such thing as crowding at a figurative table. Nobody has to sit at the kids' table. And we can have more than one table. It's all about intention. And valuing people makes the difference. So if we can value people for who they are, their skills, and everything that they bring with their experience and where they're coming from, that make everything so much better and so much richer, you are that much better off. As I said, intention is everything. You have to intend to make a more inclusive space. You have to intend to make it accessible. You have to understand your privilege. You have to understand why it is you want diversity or inclusion. Is it performative? Is it tokenization? Is it so that you can have a picture on the website that isn't all white guys? You have to do the work to create the right environment. You have to have the right intention. You have to understand what the barriers to participation are if you're the one building them. And you have to know how to open opportunities for other people. Those of us with privilege have the responsibility to level the playing field, because people without privilege, they can try to demand it, but we're the ones who have to say yes. We're the ones who have to open that door. We're the ones who have to lower those barriers, and we're the ones who have to make WordPress a more inclusive space. I'm Michelle Frechette. All of my contact information is there. You can reach me through any of those million different places. I have my DMs open everywhere. I talk to people all the time. I give advice where I can. I will answer your questions. If it goes too in-depth, I do have to charge for my time because I only have so much of it. But I am always, always, always open to helping people do better in WordPress and make the world and the WordPress world and their community better for each other. And I'd love your questions if you have any. I'm a little passionate about it. I hope that's maybe came through a little. Questions? Yes.
How far is it from wherever you were to lunch at a restrooms or whatever? What you perceive as one distance to someone who doesn't have the limitations you do, they see it as a different distance. What I think has to be done is they have to perceive the distance as if they were you, so they can understand the issue. And the other thing I wanted to say is progress is sometimes made in little areas because I don't know how they went about doing it. When I started my career as an engineer, or not my career, college in the mid to late 70s, there were 2 women pretty much in all my classes. When I got to graduate school and was a TA at the University of Connecticut, it was almost 50-50. And we're talking, I worked for a few years after I graduated. So we're talking over a 7-year period, 2 different schools, but still the student body, changed considerably. And I don't even know what the impetus was. I didn't know what it was. The effort to do it was imperceivable to me. It just seemed like it organically happened, for instance.
I'm not sure what your question is.
Well, that was the first thing was a question. The second one was more of a comment.
Okay.
That sometimes progress is made in ways that we don't always understand, but to go from 2 women out of 30 or something to 15 and 15 practically in 6 or 7 years is a significant change in thought philosophy that these women who may have never thought about doing this, decided that it was a career for them.
So for your first question about how would somebody understand my perspective, being somebody with a disability, if they don't know the answer, they should ask somebody who does. You need to do the research. You need to do the work in order to make a space more inclusive. So if you don't know what's too far, then you ask somebody who is a disability specialist to come in and evaluate the situation. And I'm not a specialist, but I can come in and tell you if it's too far or not because I experience it, right? If you don't know, then you need to ask and get somebody involved who does. The second point that you made, not understanding maybe how we went from 2 women to 30 women, somebody was doing the work. Somebody was doing the research, and somebody was doing the outreach, because it doesn't happen otherwise. It's just that you weren't privy to how that was happening. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you for being awesome. My question is actually kind of unrelated to me right now, but when I was unemployed, a lot of companies were using COVID as in my opinion, an excuse to do video resumes. What is your opinion, and how should I ever need it in the future? Should I approach a video resume?
That's a really good question. I think a video resume during COVID, I can see how it could be useful, and it depends on the job. Let me start that way. It depends on the job. If you are going to be applying for a job where you're going to be in the public eye, and how you carry yourself and your poise, and how you answer questions and how you interact with people is part of that, I don't necessarily see that as a problem. If you are somebody who is going to be coding, there should never be a reason to have to do a video resume. In some cases, there isn't even a reason to have to do a face-to-face interview, believe it or not. So, any other questions? Thank you for hanging in here, listening to me just kind of go on and on. Whether you agree or not, it's so good just to have people in the room who want to learn and want to hear what I have to say about it. Listen to other people who are like me. Listen to the people who are less represented than you are, and believe them when they tell you what the difficulties are for them in the space, and strive to do better to make those spaces less difficult for people who aren't as privileged. Thank you. Christine works with me, so she's got to take a picture first for Twitter.
this is telling the block what style sheet to use for this block. I guess you could skip this step if you have your styles, in the style.css file or somewhere else, but like kind of the idea with blocks is kind of to encapsulate all of that data into that one thing. So you want your template there, you want your styles there, like you want it all in that one block. And so this is the what is this? The folder structure. Can't think. And so again, this is inside the WP content folder. And then in there we have 2021 child. And then in there we have template parts. And then there we have blocks. And then in there we have split image. And then finally the template name that we're using for the split image block is split image. This is like super verbose, but like this is how they kind of tell you to do it in all the documentation. So it's like a best practice. And it will honestly probably save you a headache later on if you just follow this way, which is how I feel about most best practices. So this is the template that we're using for the split block. You can see it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty easy, right? Like the second line, we're saying get me all the fields, put it in a variable called ACF fields, and then in the Gutenberg editor, there's like a little drop down that lets you choose how wide you want the block, right? So it can be like wide or extra wide or right or left or whatever. And so that second line gets that data. And then I can't see my mouse. I'm sorry. Oh, there it is. So here, I'm just adding the align class to here. And then this stuff, I'm just spitting out the title, subtitle, and content from the advanced custom fields array that we're getting at the top. And then, and so it's not going to look like this. So, all right. So we've done the work to register the block. We've done the work to set up the template for the block. And then when we want to go and use the block, it will look like this little empty blue rectangle, right? And you're like, well, that's super annoying because I did all that work and I don't see anything. And so what you want to do, you click on that little pencil icon and you click switch to edit. And what will happen is it will look like this. So now it's showing you the advanced custom fields form in that block. And so then you can fill it out. So now we're going to get back to block registration. Okay, so to get around this little empty rectangle, you can set an option called mode, and you set it equal to edit, and then it will kind of always be that form in the back end. And then you get something that looks like this, and it's beautiful. And so it should look like this in the back end and in the front end. You can see there's a little difference with the CSS. That could be something I did. Sorry. So moving on to the next one. So we're going to talk about the latest posts block. And again, this is just building on the split image block that we just made. So I'm going to skip the split image part of it. And we're just going to be adding the last bullet where it says a list of posts from post of a certain content type. And we're going to allow the user to specify how many posts, and we're going to allow them to specify a category for where those posts come from. This is the code for it. Not much has changed except for the render template. It's now template parts, blocks, latest posts / latest posts.php, and then the same thing for the CSS. It's just going to a different folder in that template parts folder. And then this is kind of unreadable. No, you can read it. So the two new things at the bottom are the number of posts, which is a number, and then the post category, which is just a post category dropdown. Now here we have, what are we doing here? We're getting the posts for a post type. Right, okay, so I'm sorry. I read this far in my notes, I swear. So I'm going to say, what am I doing here? Sorry. We're getting posts, and then we're going to say get the number of posts per page, and then get what category they're in. And then what we're doing is we're doing a new WP query with those arguments. All right, makes sense. And then in the template, it's basically going to use the same code from the split image view, but then this extra stuff at the bottom, where it says, if there are latest posts, then let's loop over them and show them. And in the editing field, these are the 2 extra fields that we've added, where I'm saying show 3 posts, and then do the post category is set to food or something. And so then it would look like this, where the top part is that split image category, and then the bottom part is the 3 posts from the food category. Sorry. Okay, so then the last block that I'm going to talk about is the slider block. And so again, this is just using the advanced custom fields gallery to display a number of images in a carousel that you can go backwards and forwards on. And then when you click on it, it will open in a modal. And so this here is a little harder to read. But basically all that we're doing extra here is, so here, obviously we are changing the folder to slider and slider.php. Then, like I said, with the keywords array, so I'm adding slider, gallery, and carousel to facilitate people finding things. And then down here at the bottom, this is the part that's like the extra part where we're enqueuing various JavaScript and CSS. I'm using Slick Slider. You could use kind of any slider that you want. You just need to know how to include it, right? And so, yeah, that's what that's doing. Oh, so, and then this is focusing on those keywords that I just talked about. And then this slide is focusing on the enqueued assets that I also just talked about. And so here, these are the 2 fields that we want to set up in advanced custom fields on the back end. And so here I just have, it's called slider gallery, and it's type gallery, which is just a built-in ACF type. Oh, I should know. I should have led with this. This is using the paid version of advanced custom fields. I mean, you should pay for it because it's fantastic. And then I have an option, like kind of like a toggle to say open the slide in a light box, yes or no. And then we say show this field group if the block is equal to slider. And then this is what it looks like in the back end, where it's giving you a gallery of photos to look at. And then this is what it looks like in the front end, where it's just the one photo with the arrows on the left and right and the little pagination on the bottom. And that's actually it. I flew through this. I'm sorry. But these are the references that I used for this talk. Like I said, the code and the presentation are here on GitHub. It's github.com/foopy3. Thank you. And do you have any questions? Yeah. And if you have any questions that you don't want to just yell out, you can walk up. It's fine. It's fine. I heard you. You can walk up to the microphone and you can ask me. Otherwise, thank you. And thank you for coming to the entire thing, because this was, I will say it again, this was fantastic. And I say that not just as a speaker, as an organizer. Yes. That's a great question. I do not have an answer for that because when I made this presentation, full site editing wasn't a thing. I would assume though that it would work because like they're moving towards blocks in everything, right? Where like a block is like you're saying the header. I know eventually they want like the menu items to even be block based and stuff like that. So it should work. I'll try it and I'll let you know. So thank you.
Thank you. I think you did a great job. I know you had to step in last minute to fill in, and it was a great presentation. Ooh, that is so loud. I am working currently with I'm embarrassed to say, classic editor
Mhm.
on a bunch of sites. Is there any flow that you would recommend or any tools that you would recommend to switch from classic editor to Gutenberg blocks?
I mean, when you switch to Gutenberg, it does embed all of that classic editor content in a classic editor block. So, like, it should be okay. You know what I mean? And then you just kind of, if you want to, you know, you can take that, you can redo that data. You know, just take it out and put it above that block, and then delete the classic editor block. That's usually what I do. So it should. I don't want to say it should just work. I mean, the reason you're still in classic editor is because Gutenberg kind of had a reputation, but I feel like it's progressed past that at this point. Someone else might be able to answer that as well, like Jason or Mike. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like the reason you might be hesitant to change is because it used to not be good. and now it is. And now it's better. I'm not going to say it's good, but it's much better where it is now. Thank you. Thank you. I also wanted to say, this is the first time I have talked at a WordCamp. And that's not why I'm saying it, but thank you. But seriously, like if you want to talk, you know, you submit a talk, and if you get picked, you get to be up here. And like the nice thing about WordCamps and meetups and stuff like that is like we want to have new speakers, we want to have diversity and whatnot, you know. So so if I if I can do it, like any one of you can do it. So it worked out. Anybody else? No? All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Testing. Ooh. Shocking. Okay. So, do I? Okay. Well, what time is it now? Oh my God, we got time. We got time. Yeah. Okay. So, will everybody outside please come in here? No, I mean, okay. Yeah. You'll pay for this. Yeah. I'll need some of that speaker swag. I actually already had that speaker swag. Everybody gets 15 seconds of fame, and I just had mine.
All right. How's everyone doing? Good. That's good to hear. Just a little housekeeping. Just turn off the cell phones while the speaker's talking. Keep the mask on. Also, if you did have any questions for Georgie, you can find her at the Happiness Lounge to talk after the talk. Also, there's an after party, and don't forget your parking vouchers as well. So let me introduce Georgie. Her talk is Increasing Productivity and Avoiding Burnout. Everyone give a warm welcome to Georgie Ann Gettin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. And I'm super excited to be giving this talk today here at WordCamp 2022. Yay! Final talk of the day. Woo! Awesome. So before we dive in, I just want to see by a raise of hands, who has been feeling burnt out recently? Just raise your hand. All right. All right. I see a lot of hands and double hands. And who also wants to increase their productivity? Like you feel like you're just not getting enough done. Awesome. So this talk, this workshop that I'm going to be doing will help you with both of those things. And there's a little bonus at the end that lets you know how to recognize being burnt out, because that's a thing that people don't even know when it's coming. So let's dive in. So today we're going to go over how to manage your time. It disappeared. Okay. Manage your time better, complete more tasks, as well as increase your daily productivity and avoid burnout. So who am I? My name is Georgie Ann Gettin, and I am an author, a speaker, a mom of two, execution expert, as well as the CEO and founder of GSD Solutions, where we help individuals and businesses increase their productivity and get more done, right? And you can follow me on all social media. That's my handle, GSD with Georgie. So what we're going to talk about and dive into today is one part of my 5-part framework, which is purpose. So figuring out your why do you want to do something, what's at the foundation. Plan, having a clear plan and strategy to execute. Produce, which is actually executing up on it, getting stuff done. Profit, because whether it's financial profit or emotional or just environmental profit, you have to be figuring out a way of how this thing benefits you and your life. And then last but not least, play, because we all have to have a little bit of fun at the end of the day in order to reignite us to keep going through this 5-part process. So productivity is going to be in the section called produce. So how do we actually get this to happen? So now we're just going to dive in. So you raised your hand earlier because a lot of us have been feeling burnt out. And who can blame us? Between the pandemic, Twitter going crazy, and even the news that we got yesterday, it is tiring to be a human, an employee, an entrepreneur, a mom, a dad, just a person every day in this world. We are so sped up. 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, the way our days looked was completely different than how it looks now. We're all trying to multitask, trying to do it all, and trying to figure everything out when there's a way to do it that it benefits us internally and externally. So we're going to dive into that. We want to make sure that you're happy, you're feeling good, you're feeling confident when you're executing and being more productive. So the first strategy is, and get your notebooks out because I love an audience that takes some notes. So get your notes out or just try to remember it, is to do one thing at a time. And I know you're probably all like, but Georgie, there's so much things to do. I know. Don't worry. We think that, and we are told, multitasking. Multitasking is what we all have to do. Well, I'm here to tell you that multitasking is a lie. Multitasking is a term that was created for computers, for devices. Are we a device? If you're a device, raise your hand. Let me know. Is there? Okay, we have one robot in the room. Shout outs to you. We have one robot, and Sophie and those AI technologies, they're great at multitasking. Leave the multitasking to the technology. Us as humans, us as individuals, we have to pay attention to do one thing at a time. But how do we get one thing at a time done when there's such a long task list of things to do? I'm going to tell you that. Because multitasking, what you're doing is that you think you're working on many things at once, but you're not. What you're really doing is that you're splitting your resources, whether it be time, money, focus, or energy. So you have each of those individual things and you're splitting it all over the place, right? That's like saying, I'm going to try to share one bottle of water with everyone here in this room. We're all still going to be thirsty after we get our 1 or 2 drops. That's not efficient. That's not effective. But if I said, hey, we're going to get 20 bottles of water and then try to split it, that's more effective. So how do we actually get that done? So instead of multitasking, we do one thing at a time. And when we look at our task, right, so you might have your task list. And for this example, we're going to do it really simple. When you have 3 tasks and you're trying to multitask, what that looks like is that you have 100% of whether it's time, money, energy, or resources, and you're splitting it. So maybe one task gets 20%, another task gets 40, another task may get 30 or 40, versus when you focus on one thing, that entire thing gets your 100%. That allows you to take that thing off your task list a lot faster. And let's break it down even deeper. So when you focus on having a main task, right, you have your task list, but inside of each task, there are things called subtasks and microtasks. For example, let's say I want to add a new product to my store, right? I have my WordPress site, I want to add a new product to my store. So that may look like it's just one task, but inside of that, the subtask and the microtask is you have to source the product if you already haven't done so. You need to create the product SKU. You have to price the product. Depending on what it is, you might have to do product photography. So even though it's the one task of adding a new product to the site, there are so many subtasks under that. And not only are there subtasks underneath that, there are microtasks underneath the subtask. So for example, when I'm looking at source a product, I also have to call the supplier, order the inventory, count the inventory, make sure that what I thought I had on hand is truly what I have on hand, or what we've experienced in the last couple of years, especially with the pandemic. What is the supply chain like? Many businesses and brands have had to change the components of their products because we have a supply chain issue. They're not able to source those things. So within that, what your brain is doing, so your brain knows that you have to do all these subtasks and microtasks inside of it, right? You're thinking of this, you're thinking of that, and you're just like, oh, I have to write that down before I forget. Instead of writing it down, you end up forgetting. So because you're trying to multitask and focus on all these different things. But when you stay on that one task from start to finish, your brain actually applies those things that you're trying to remember because you're just in it. You don't have to worry about remembering them later because you're doing it right now. So that's the first step. Focus on and do one thing at a time and break down your task from the main task, subtask, microtask. And that will allow you to complete a task from start to finish in full and then move on to your next task. I love to read, so I'm going to be sharing a couple books throughout this presentation. The One Thing by Gary Keller is an amazing book that helped me understand the statistics, the mindset, and also just get additional research on why it's beneficial to focus on one thing at a time. Because I like to see numbers, I like to see facts, I want to see a little bit of data, like, okay, you're saying this, but is it just you, or is this something that really works and people have studied it? And the answer is yes. So if you want more facts beyond just Georgie up here telling you, go ahead and check out Gary Keller's book, The One Thing. And what you win by focusing on one thing at a time is that you get to complete your task in full and at a higher quality, which is one of the ways you're increasing your productivity while avoiding that burnout. Now, step 2, strategy number 2, make a plan. And if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. I've been hearing this saying since I was like 6 years old. I kid you not. I grew up in like an immigrant household and very strict. They're like, oh, you don't have a plan? All right, you do you then. When everything comes to a mess, do not call me. So you have to have a plan. And you're probably all thinking, and I know I experienced this as well, we all had a plan. And then there's a pandemic, and then there's climate change, and then the world is changing so fast. I get it. Absolutely. But it's better to pivot from a plan versus not having a plan to start with, and then you have to scramble in that moment. You're then overusing all your resources, such as your time, energy, and money. So a quick pop quiz for you guys. If you're a blogger, what blog post will you be writing in the next month, 2 weeks, 1 week? So who here is a blogger? Just raise your hands. Let me see. Anybody has a blog? All right, a few people. Who has content already ready for the next 2 weeks? All right. Okay, 1. All right, so about 10% of the folks that originally raised their hands from having blogs, about 10% have content ready for the next week to 2 weeks. And yes, your content will change because we've seen the world change a lot, but having that foundation, or maybe you can say, okay, this is not the best time to post that article I was going to write. Now let me post it, in 6 week time at a different time, but at least you have it prepared. You have a direction that you want to go in. How many folks have stores, whether it's a product or service store? Raise your hand. All right, not that many. I think one person can. Okay. Do you know what goals you want to hit financially for Q3? And even if you don't have a store, if you're working a job, if you are an entrepreneur, do you know what financial goals you want to hit Q3, which is starting next week? So just a little hint for y'all. That's next week. That's not, in the future. No, Q3 is coming right up. It is here. So you have to have this plan. And the final thing is, do you know what holiday promotions, right? Q4 is coming up. Winter is coming, as, they famously say. All right, a few laughs. Okay, you guys got that one. And we need to know, what's coming up. What are you planning to do? Because if you have a plan, then again, you can pivot. You have a starting point. You could figure out what's in the supply chain or what is not, what opportunities are out there. And also, the recession is coming. That's another thing to keep in mind. What groceries are you buying? Are you buying canned goods? Are you making sure that you're stocking up, right? What are you doing? So your plans can change, which they will, absolutely. But if you have a foundation, right? If you have a plan, it gives you peace of mind so that when things change, you are allowed to pivot. You're not scrambling, going all over the place, losing your mind, having anxiety and panic attacks. I've been there, done that, not fun. And so you have that plan and you can pivot and update that plan when life changes course as it does every single day. So some planning resources, make sure you're using your online calendar, your physical calendar, a planner or journal. The best bet is to plan as far as you can and then adjust it as time comes. Does anyone here use things like vision boards? All right, I see a few hands. Okay, the hands in the back. I see y'all, tech team. Having these plans. How about a calendar? Who has a physical calendar at home? All right, okay, a few hands. Who uses the calendar on the phone? All right, that should be everyone. Literally, if it's not in this device here, I will forget every time. Double schedule, over schedule, under schedule, all the things. So definitely use these resources that are literally right at our fingertips to create that plan. And then what you win from planning is that you're able to better manage your time and your effort. So that way you're not double booking, under booking, and you're just really clear on what you're doing, how you're doing it. Oh, okay. Strategy number 3, work smarter. So, as I mentioned before, right in the talk, your resources are limited. There is only one you, even if you have a, twin, if you have a team, there is still just one you. So how can you execute on your plan that we just created, right? Have your plan, execute it efficiently. You have to start automating using technology. There are so many things as simple as a Gmail, right? If most of us probably have a Gmail or some type of email, you can schedule an email to send in the future. So when you wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning, do not hit send on the email at 2 a.m. Okay? Because then they're going to expect you to always hit send and reply at 2 a.m. Schedule that email to send at 8 a.m., 1 p.m., because, that's when you work best, but now you don't want to be sending out 40 emails at 2 a.m. It's not a good idea, trust me. You want to have it scheduled. You want to use the technology to automate. Before, there were tools like Boomerang and Streak, and even apps like Zapier. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about a few things that I've automated and automated using technology and suggestions for you all. So, for example, social media posts, right? Who wants to be on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, Reddit all day long? That's like 7 platforms. Okay, one person. Shout outs to you. Shout out. I know I get exhausted, and then what happens is that you're in this social media loop. You close Instagram, and somehow you're back on Instagram. You have no idea how you got there, right? I'm like, how did I left here? How did I end up back here? So having social media scheduling tools is a lifesaver. If that's a part of your work that you need to do, using these tools to your advantage, right? There's Hootsuite, Later.com, what is it? Planoly. There's so many at different price points, starting at completely free to even hundreds of dollars a month. If you're on the hundreds of dollars a month side of needing that feature, that means you should have got it a year ago, right? That's just what heads up to y'all. Then email communications. There are so many different tools that allow you to automate the sending of emails. If somebody fills out a form, they automatically get a reply. And tools that like Streak, Boomerang, Gmail has included a lot of these services as well. And there's a platform called Zapier. So who has heard of and or used Zapier? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of hands. That platform is amazing. And there's a few other ones that are coming out similar to it. But what it does is if two things that you're using, two tools, two platforms, two plugins, don't speak to each other, Zapier allows you to get access to the API. It unlocks it and allows them to talk to each other without you having to do all, the coding and figuring it all out. It just, at a click of a few buttons, these two platforms that literally do not speak the same language in any way, shape, or form are now communicating with each other and taking that task off your list. Because, for example, a couple years ago, one of my businesses was a clothing line. So somebody would order from the website, and this was before drop shipping, automation, a lot of it, we've come a long way. They would order from the website. Then I would go to my mom's basement, don't go away, computer. Look up and see what, go through all the inventory. Yes, do we have a large or do we have a small? Find that item, then go to another website, print out the shipping label, then come back, package it, then mail it off. Now there's tools that I don't even have to have inventory. There's drop shipping that automates it. You could automatically print a shipping label as soon as somebody purchases on the site. So using these tools to your advantage. There are so many little things. If you have an iPhone, have you heard of the Shortcuts app on the iPhone? All right, so raise your hand if you have an iPhone. All right, this is looking like the majority of the audience. So the Shortcuts is already, look it up, pull out your phone, believe me. Shortcuts allows you to create automations on your phone. So for example, your mom calls and you let your on do not disturb. If you put up an automation, it's like an if this then that, it will say if your mom calls while you're on do not disturb, it'll alarm like a chicken bell. Literally, it will do this. And so whatever automation you may need to make your life a little bit easier or more convenient on your phone using the Shortcuts apps, and there's a bunch of different things that you can connect to it so that way you're automating some of those little things that might happen daily. So check out the Shortcuts app. And the last thing that I'll talk about using automation for is booking meetings. I despise going back and forth trying to book a time. Are you available Tuesday? No, what about Wednesday? How about 4? How about 5? Oh, I have a pet visit at that time. Oh, my kid's recital. I despise it. You could literally spend hours, days trying to convene a time for you and a colleague or a friend to meet. So guess what? Everybody in my life gets a Calendly. Oh, you want to go hang out and go to the movies? Here, use my Calendly link to book the movies. I'm so serious. Because it is so difficult. When are you available? Check my Calendly. Yep, and then send me a calendar invite. My friends and family, they hated it at first, but now they realize, oh, calendar invite, she shows up. Calendar invite, I will show up. Because I need to know where we're going, what we're doing, and there's so many parts of my life. Like I showed you, I'm a mom, I'm an author, I'm a businesswoman. There's so many things that could be on my plate at any given moment. I need to plan in advance. So having, Calendly is a good one, Acuity scheduling, Square. So if you use Square or Squarespace, and there's a bunch of different tools, but allowing your calendar to kind of book up itself. Say, hey, here's my Calendly link. Schedule the time you need and move on from there. Automate that whole process. And it links up all 27 of my calendars. So with that, do not wait, automate. And I told you guys just now a bunch of different ways, and there are so many more ways and things that you can automate. And if you're not sure, if you're using a tool or a plugin or a website, hit that support, chat or email, however. Hey, are there any automations that you can share with me, right? Ask the question, because there may be something that you're doing manually that's taking up even half an hour of your time, that once you hit that support box or email the support number, they're like, hey, actually, yeah, we have a tool, we have a plugin, an integration that allows you to automate half of that. And if it's something that you're doing repetitively, half an hour, 5 times goes a long way to get back that time into your schedule. So with automation, working smarter, you get more efficient, not just productive. Because you can be productive and do a lot of things, but are you efficient with your time, right? This is what automation helps you do. Strategy number 4, pass the ball, right? What that means is do not be a ball hog. You have players and team members in your life, and it takes a village. And this does not only apply to raising a family or raising children. Outsourcing, right? So we just talked about automation with working smarter. Outsourcing allows you to pass the ball and ensures tasks are completed. So no matter if you have a team or not, there are people in your life that you can pass the ball, pass tasks over to that can complete it for you. And I'll talk a little bit about my experiences of when I've passed the ball. So, for example, laundry, right? Who here loves doing laundry? Raise your hand. Woo! Shout outs to you in the back. Maybe you should start a laundry service because I despise laundry. And I love the fact that I have a washer and dryer in my apartment, but it takes hours to do the laundry there because it's like, oh, one wash, one dry, one wash, one dry. And then I never fold the clothes until maybe 2 or 3 weeks later. So I know everyone here may or may not have a laundry chair or the laundry section of the bed. So outsourcing things like laundry allows you to have a person who loves doing laundry or is skilled at doing it come to your house, pick it up, they handle the laundry. That could be a 1.5 hour to 5 hour process depending on what setup you have at home. And now it takes completely off your plate. You just have to have it ready. They drop it back off, and however long it takes that person, then you'll be charged that price. So you're giving up time. It's an exchange of time for money for time. But if you have a really busy schedule, maybe that laundry service is $50, $100 a week, biweekly, compared to how long it would take you and the value of your time and your hourly rate to do that same task. Another thing is grocery shopping. Instacart saved my life. So thank you to Instacart because and this Instacart is actually beneficial for me in 2 different ways. A couple years ago, I was an Instacart shopper when I was doing various freelance work and gig work. And now I'm an Instacart user because it shows you every time, like, you've saved 147 hours of grocery shopping. And I'm like, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Because grocery shopping, especially in the pandemic, early phases, I don't know if y'all did it, but me and my family, we went to the store looking like we were ready for combat. I'm talking about headscarf, goggles, gloves, mask, you name it. And then you come home and they're like, oh, wash your food. So we then spent like an hour washing groceries. It was a whole process. Instacart, at least it gets to my door, and then I could do my whole washing process if I want to proceed with that. So outsourcing to another person. Now let's talk about administrative tasks, things that you have to do on the computer, right? This is the one you guys all want to hear about. And with administrative tasks, you can outsource to a virtual assistant, a contractor, another person on your team. So if you have a team, and when you're thinking about outsourcing, what you want to do first, right? The first thing, especially when it comes to administrative tasks, is figure out and then document how that task is to be done. That will save you so much time and training when you're trying to outsource something to somebody else, because we know, right? I want to do this task because I do it better. I know how to do it. You don't know how to do it, so I'm just going to do it. But if you have a step-by-step process, that could look like a video, a Google Doc, just a task list, that when you have this virtual assistant that could fluctuate anywhere from $5 or $4 an hour to maybe $20, $30 an hour, depending on the location, the task, etc., you can say, hey, this is how I do it, and this is how I accomplish that task. You can use this as your roadmap. These are my expectations. These are my standards. But feel free to spice it up. If you figure out a way to cut out half these tasks but still get to the end goal, great. But at least you have the confidence to pass the ball over to the other person, because what's stopping you from passing the ball is the quality, right? You're not sure what the quality is going to be. You're afraid that they're going to mess it up. Are they going to do it in the same amount of time as you? Or can they even do it as well as you? And trust and believe there are people that can do it just as well or even better and more efficiently. So pass that ball. There are people that are trying to help. And you could apply this to anything in your life. Childcare, elderly care, picking up mail, you name it. There are so many ways to outsource and allow the people around you to help out with tasks at anywhere from free to paid, but just really tapping into that, making a list of these are the things that I would like to outsource and have someone else accomplish. Make a budget for it if you need to, and then start looking for service providers to help you outsource so you can pass the ball. And what you get from this book is a resource. So Drop the Ball by Tiffany Dufu. was a great book to read, where she talks about building her business and, you know, her partnership with her husband, and they have small children, and figuring that out. How can you be a corporate leader while also not feeling stuck? Because, you know, based on different backgrounds, and society will say, you know, if you're a mom and you have a nanny, you're lazy, or if, you know, you're a CEO and you have 20 assistants, people put these labels on things when it's just not true. In order for you to be efficient and optimized and being your best self without burning out, you have to outsource. You have to share the work, drop the ball, or better yet, pass the ball. So definitely check out this book. And what you win by doing so is you avoid burnout by passing tasks over to others. And strategy number 5 is share your work, right? There's so much work that could be done, or so much work that you've already done, and people won't know about it, right? Events like this, where you're in a room full of other people, talk about what you're doing, share what you're working on, so that way others can say, hey, wow, I've been looking for a developer in this sense. I've been looking for a designer. I've been looking for a person that loves to do laundry. I'm so happy that I met you. Let's work together, right? You know, there's so many of us. The world needs to know what you're working on, what you're doing, and how they can support you, because your work matters. And oftentimes we wait until it's perfect or it's all polished and it looks good, but that's not the way to go. People love to see the journey. Imagine if they said, oh, we're not going to release the iPhone until iPhone 15. How many iPhones have we had since then? Even the development of the iPod, these things have changed, and they will continue to change over time. So ways to share your work, right? First, celebrate with others. You just got that new job. You just got that new client. You just got rid of a client that you hated, right? That's also a win. Share that. Celebrate it with others. Have a little party. Then if you're trying to share your journey, start a blog. Super simple to do. WordPress.org. Start a blog. And start creating this content, sharing your journey on social media, speak at events. Hey, y'all. And share the work that you're doing, because your work is valuable, and you never know how beneficial it is to the person that's right next to you or the person that's halfway around the globe. So sharing your work is going to be super impactful, so that way folks can help you, and you never know if you're the perfect person and perfect fit for someone's need or service that they've been looking for days or maybe even decades. So what you get from sharing is your work is you get to maintain the momentum and keep going, right? You know, you got a new supporter, you got a new follower. Now you feel excited and you want to continue doing that work. So again, another book. You're going to have like too many books when we're finished, but it's okay. Books are great. Is Share Your Work by Austin Kleon. And in this book, it's really cute and small, and it just says 10 ways to share your creativity and get discovered. So I'm going to let y'all take a minute to grab some snaps of that. Yep, it's a really good book. And all of these books that I'm talking about and listed, they're all listed on my website as well. So GSD with Georgie. So to recap, do one thing at a time. Multitasking will drive you mad. Focus, create your task list, add your subtasks, add your micro tasks in there, and complete one thing at a time. Then always make a plan. You may have to pivot from that plan, but having your foundation will allow you to thrive and be more successful in your work. Then work smarter. Allow automation, using the technology that is literally in the palm of our hands to help you to outsource, to automate, because outsource next, to automate different tasks. Then pass the ball. Outsource the people around you and allow folks to help you in the work that you're trying to do. Share your work. Talk about it, write about it, sing about it, podcast about it, you name it. But you have to share your work with others. But before I go, how do you recognize burnout, right? So I talked to you about how to increase your productivity and try to avoid that burnout, but you're already there. You're tired. You're over it. You just want to go home. I get it. So how do you recognize burnout? So I'm going to talk to you about the 3 phases of recognizing burnout. And the first one is you'll start to feel in your body, right? Your back starts to ache up. Your hands are cramping. You don't want to type that paper anymore. You're physically exhausted. So your body is going to be the first signal that something is going on, right? You start feeling like a pulsation, a headache, and you're just not sure the source of it, but you're like, I'm going to power through. I'm going to take some Tylenol. I'm going to power through, and we're going to keep going. You know, your gut's feeling not too good. It start bubbling. You're like, oh, maybe it's just gas. But that's the first sign. Your body will tell you. Then when you're ignoring your body, as most of us do, your mind will attack you. You'll start forgetting things. You'll start misplacing things. You'll just be so confused and frazzled. You'll snap at people. You're super irritated. You're like, why are you bothering me? Don't talk to me. I need to finish this thing, right? While your back's still hurting. So now your body and your mind is just like, we are done here. But feel free to keep going, but we're done here. And then the next phase of burnout is your heart, right? Like you'll just, I don't want to do this anymore. I hate this, right? Things that you used to love, right? You love blogging, you love talking, you love writing. And now you start despising it. You don't want to hang around your family anymore. You don't want to hang around your kids. So I'm talking about all the things that you're passionate about. You used to go to the gym every day. Now you get sick at the side of a gym. Your heart will start coming for you. So your body, your mind, then your heart. And at that point, you're going to explode. You're going to be at full burnout. And that's really hard to come back from. Is it possible? Absolutely. And most of us have gotten to that point and have done it. But I do these talks and help people with this because I know the tragic, phase that happens when you are fully burnt out. I've been there. Literally about 2 months from now, so around September last year, I ended up being in the hospital because of burnout. Right? I was working on a really big project, and I'm like, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going, and I felt it in my body. I didn't aches everywhere. I'm just like headaches after headaches, and I do not get headaches. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna take a day off, and then I'm gonna get back to it. Then irritation, nonstop. So I knew the signs, but I'm just like, I'm the burnout expert. I'm gonna manage this. No. I cannot skip. Go past, go and collect 200. It does not work that way. And then I just started really not wanting to do anything. And then my body said, hey, Georgie, so we've clocked out. Good luck to you. And my heart started racing. Literally, I'm sitting still. My heart is racing, going at like 180. And I ended up going to the ER, and they're like, hey, you just need some saline and a nap. And I'm like, what? So they're like, you're dehydrated. I'm like, but I'm drinking water. But they're like, you're working it out so fast that no matter how much you put in, you're doubling the output. So if you put in 100 and you're taking out 200, you're at negative 100. Simple math. And so I say that to warn people, even if you know these strategies, listen to them. Your body will tell you first, your mind will go next, and your heart will start. So as soon as you see those signals, reach out for help, right? Use the outsourcing tools. Go back to the toolkit, right? Outsource stuff, automate things, or just completely take a break, right? The world is going crazy every single day. But the good thing about this planet, this world that we live in, is that as humans, we're resilient. And we have the capacity to completely stop something and in a month or two, get back up, start figuring it out, and be even further than we wanted to be in the original time. So take that time. Because when you're burnt out, or if it goes, excessively, we've heard the stories of, what is it called? They say like disease is dis-ease. It's literally your body saying that you pushed us too hard and we quit. We don't like you anymore. We quit. And don't let your body do that, right? Work in tangent with your body and your mind. Say, listen, we're going to go on this ride together. I'm going to take care of you. You take care of me. And you can make it all work out. So you can increase your productivity and avoid burnout, but you have to be able to recognize the signs of burnout, which I just went over, as well as start doing things in your everyday to allow you to increase that productivity in a smart, efficient, and optimized way so that way you do not get to the point of burnout. And the last thing I'll leave you with is a quote from my book, The Art of Getting Shit Done, which is, don't wait for life to force you to make that change. Make that change consciously on your own time, right? Life will come and get you. Trust me, it will. So don't wait for it to do that. Make that change on your own and have full autonomy in the changes that you want to make for yourself. And I'm Georgie Ann Gettin, and this has been Increasing Your Productivity and Avoiding Burnout. And you can feel free to contact me on these platforms, and I'm happy to do a Q&A. So do we have any questions from anyone in the audience? Happy to share my experiences or in the work that I've done. All right, go ahead. Yeah. So with that, I would say, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and just like your experiences. I also work from home, and I've experienced that where my physical space is cluttered or messy, I can't think straight. So two of the strategies that I shared earlier that could help you with that is if there's other people in the household, right? Put them to work, whether that be your wife, if you have children, if you have neighbors or family members that are willing to come and say, hey, I need your help to put all these papers that are bills in one pile, put all these papers that are notes in one pile, as well as, it sounds like you're using your schedule, even though you're not putting it in the same way every single day, you're allotting a specific time for each task. Does that sound right? You gotta tell the truth. Sometimes, you have to tell folks the truth, and hopefully this gives you the power to go home and say, hey, we got to do something about it. Or, I don't know your financial status, but for example, TaskRabbit. A couple weeks ago, and I use it very often, I was about to travel, and same thing. My office was looking crazy, and I'm just like, I literally need paper shredded and things just organized. And it wasn't a lot, and I need like my kids' room organized. I pulled up TaskRabbit, and a young lady was able to come 4 hours. It cost about $120, and everything was done. I'm like, whoa. I needed this like yesterday. So depending on if you're able to do something like that, there are people out there that can, again, you're outsourcing this task, can come in, and even if it's an hour or a couple of hours, it doesn't need to take long, they give you back that peace of mind so that way you can proceed with your day and maybe, convincing your wife, like, hey, we're both going to do this. So, get a 2-for-1. So both offices are in decent condition. And the bills that you mentioned, maybe even going on the websites, if you're open to this, and having them do the digital billing, right? And putting it in the calendar, like, okay, I know Con Ed is due the first of every month. They'll email, and that helps with, decrease the paper load. And I see another question over here. Quick cheat sheet for time management. Are you referring to just like how to better manage the hours in your day?
Yeah, like if you have a lot of, responsibilities, whether it be personal or business, and you were just trying to condense them and, just to accomplish, let's say maybe like 3 or 4 goals for the day, like how would you try to structure that?
Yeah. So what I do, and I'll just talk to my personal experience, and hopefully this is helpful, is at the beginning of every day, or just anytime I have a rolling task list that's on my phone. And anytime I think of anything, buy laundry detergent, buy, whatever, I put it on that list. And when I go into, sit at my computer every day, I look at that list and determine, is this a work thing? Is this a personal thing? And start tackling the small things first, right? Like the things that are like 2 seconds. Oh, I need to order more food or water. Okay, get the Instacart and they'll bring it. I don't have to think about it. It'll come at a certain time of the day. I'm home. I work from home. That's all set. I don't have to think about that. The things that are more strenuous now, I need to create a new framework for the product that we're about to sell. All right, who needs to be involved in that? Is it this person from my team? Do we need to hire a contractor? So I try to batch things and then figure out who needs to do what, and then looking at my schedule and taking out time for me to think through the thing. So also take time to think. And I think we don't do that enough, where it's like, oh, this task is going to take 30 minutes. So you put in your calendar 30 minutes. If a task takes 30 minutes, you need to put in your calendar at least an hour, hour and a half, because you have to think about it, do it, then check it over. So that way when it's gone, it's, you're full and you're clear that it's gone, and it's not, oh, I did it in 30 minutes. It's coming back. Oh, there's this error, that error involved in the task. And I think that's where a lot of our time gets eaten up, where we just only give the thing the time that we think it needs versus giving a buffer time. And if you have 45 minutes left over after you finish it, that's better for you to then get a little debrief. It's already in your schedule. You don't have to rush to another thing. So, buffering it like that is also really helpful. And I think we have time for one more question, maybe. Yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah, I do. It's on my website. Yes, so the book and the website, and I'll be here so you could talk to me in the lobby. But yes, it's coming back in a second. Yeah, so the Get Shit Done hoodie. There's also like a shirt, and then my book, The Art of Getting Shit Done, all on gsdwithgeorgie.com. Awesome. So I think that's it. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening and partaking in this session with me. And I'll pass it back. I'm good.
You're good.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, hello, everyone. Glad everyone made it to presentation hall. How did everyone enjoy WordCamp this year? Yeah. This is my first time. I really enjoyed it. Great community, very supportive people, very welcoming. Fantastic. So we have Sandy from GoDaddy doing a little raffle. Was that correct, Mike? Oh, yes. Okay. So Sandy, come on.
Now you can't see me. I'm just going to take the mic so you can see me because I'm short. Thank you all for having us. We love being able to sponsor these events. And without further ado, wait, I have someone else here. Where's one of my GoDaddy peeps with me? Marcus, come here. We're going to let Marcus draw the winner. He's luckier than me. He makes better decisions. And the winner is there's no way. Mike Atari. You put it in the universe, man. Here's the mic.
This was legit, like, what if I win right before I do closing remarks? Would it look like it was a setup? Like, wait, no, this is my name too. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, look at this. That's cool. Oh, wow. I do have closing remarks, though, and that's not them. They're in the other pocket. Cool. Thank you, everybody. First, I want to thank all our sponsors who could not, we could not have done this WordCamp without you guys, especially our global and gold sponsors, and they are Bluehost, Jetpack, Nexus, Weglot, WooCommerce, WordPress.com, Amazon Lightsail, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Pantheon, PMC, the Publisher Desk, and WP Engine. That's a lot of sponsors for a local WordCamp. Like, seriously, my mind is blown by that. We all hope you really enjoyed us and love that you all had, like, you know, tables out there, and we hope to, like, see you next year in 2023 as well. Like, maybe? Yes? I hope you had a great time and saw the value in coming to WordCamp Montclair. I want to thank all the organizers and volunteers, especially Laura Byrne, my co-lead and partner in WordCamp Crime. Like, I couldn't have asked for a better co-lead. All your hard work made all this possible. I want to thank all the, I'm going to tear up a little bit, all the organizers involved in WordCamp Montclair 2020. That didn't happen, but set the framework for this. Like, this is 2.5 years in the making, this WordCamp. Like, you set the high, like a really high bar for local camps with quality and value. Planning a WordCamp during a global pandemic that still comes in waves is no easy feat. But we did it, and we were the first in North America. And that's something really, really to be proud of. I want to thank all the speakers and panelists. You are all awesome and brought your A game today. We really appreciate you sharing your experience and knowledge with our community. And for all you people visiting from out of town, I hope you enjoyed our community as much as we enjoyed you. Thank you, Kathy Druin, our WordCamp mentor, for helping guide us. WordCamp Central for all the support, and MSU, like, this is a beautiful, like, facility. And the accommodations are amazing. Like, I don't know if anybody saw in the back there, like, what's going on. There's like 10 people doing live streaming and videos. It's like projecting outside. There's like, it's like simply amazing. And lastly, like, all you, the attendees, thank you for coming out and spending a day with us in real life. It's something we haven't done in a while. I'm personally looking forward to attending more WordCamps and meetups in the future. If you took some good photos that you'd like to share with us, please email us at montclair@wordcamp.org, so we could use them, like, you know, in our future websites to promote and stuff like that, as long as you're cool sharing it with us and us sharing it with the world. A couple extra things, like, if you parked in the garage, please see Laura, right? You have them, right? Eileen and Sandy. All right, so please see Eileen and Sandy. They have green parking vouchers for you, which means that parking would be free. If you use the white one, it's going to ask you for a credit card. So don't use your credit card. Use the green one, and it's free. Also, like, we do meetups very, very regularly in this community. All through, like, we used to meet like 3-4 times a month when we were in person with all different stuff. During the pandemic, we teamed up. We've been with all the other organizers in Jersey, 5 other meetups doing Zoom meetups. And so if you want to check out our meetup, you can join our Slack. That's probably the best place. But go to jerseypress.org/Slack. And just put in your email, and you'll follow instructions, and you'll get into our Slack. And if it doesn't work, blame Jason. He built the plugin. Also, the last thing, just well, I'll mention that in a second. Anyway, with that, officially close WordCamp Montclair 2022. Again, thank you all, and we hope to see you at the after party at Just Jake's. It's located at 30 Park Street in Montclair. We will have many drinks and snacks and food for all. It starts at 6:30 p.m. and will go to 9 o'clock. So I hope you all can make it over there. And thank you again, all of you. This has been amazing, and it's been a surreal opportunity, and we hope to see you next year and in future WordCamps. Thank you so much.